like to call the meeting to order. Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, February 21st. And first line of business is to try to keep the doorway open and clear. Chief Stornetta might be able to help you guys, but we have some room up front. I think there's a little bit of room, and we can also make some other ways to maybe make it so everybody can get in if we can. If not, we're going to have to be out in the hallway too.
Got room up here, we've got room up front here. Let's keep those doorways clear, please.
Okay. So if we would all go ahead and rise, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Councilman Gregory, would you lead us?
Follow me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have invocation? Your name?
Reverend Sarah Kate.
Very good. Thank you.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you in your Son's name, Jesus. I want to thank you for my city of Paso Robles. We are eternally grateful for the blessing and favor you've bestowed upon our area. It is not lost on us of what a special place we live. We are thankful for the divine protection that you've graciously given us, especially the last crazy couple of years. We want to be wise stewards of what you've entrusted to our jurisdiction. You said in your word that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So I ask that you give these, our leaders present here this evening, wisdom in every area that is brought up in this meeting. Grant every individual here with clarity of mind, compassion, wisdom, and just good old common sense. But above all, be glorified in their decision-making, in their words, and with their actions. May the decisions made benefit the citizens of this city, those that hold Paso Robles dear, close to our hearts. Be magnified and glorified in Paso Robles. We ask these things in the name that is above every name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Nurum. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Here.
And let the record show that Mayor Martin is not present this evening.
Very good. We'll have staff introductions, starting with Mr. Frace.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, Karen Jackson, IT Technician, and Jessica Ferguson, Administrative Assistant.
Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Kevin Wells, Assistant Capital Projects Manager.
Kevin Fortson, Director of
David Carl, Public Works Operations Manager.
Rita Berman, Public Works Director.
Brian Brown, Administrative Services Director.
For Water Utility Director.
David North, Police Chief.
Ted Hanna, Paso Police Department.
Wayne Brown, Services Superintendent.
Matt Thompson.
Paul Slow, Economic Development Manager.
John Sweat, our Chief.
Eric Delgado, Assistant Planner.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
And Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
All right, thank you. Report of closed session, we had none, so that's not going to have to be discussed. First, next on the agenda, we have presentations. We have Mike Campa, Proclamation, and if I could have David LaCaro join with me up front, we'll go ahead and get Mike up here as well. Good to see you, Mike. Thank you. So we don't have the actual proclamation. It's upstairs. We're going to be getting that for you. But I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Today we have a proclamation honoring Mike Campa for exemplary service to the Paso Robles. Whereas Mike Campa is the executive director of Earthshine, has contributed to the beautification of Paso Robles and is deserving of special recognition. And whereas Mike is a native Paso Roblan, Cal Poly graduate, with unceasing and relentless passion for environmental stewardship, whose be the change attitude has led to litter-free and trash cleanup encouragings, community members, local community groups, civil clubs, and businesses to participate in a positive, meaningful activity. And whereas Earthshine, a public nonprofit organization established in Paso Robles in 2016, led by Mike, has organized volunteers to support its mission of litter and trash pickup within the Salinas Riverbed as well as surrounding areas, and is a strong and resilient organization that has cleaned roughly 3,000 bags. We'll get to 30,000 someday. Yeah, well, hopefully not too. Totaling 35 tons of litter from local streets, highways, open spaces, rivers, beaches, and San Luis Obispo County-wide. Mike serves the community as a whole by administrating the city's Adopt a Street program since 2019, where he has successfully staffed 50 Adopt a Street locations and recovered approximately 11,850 pounds of trash from the Adopt a Street volunteers. Mike is in his role as the Earthshine conducts Riverwalk trash cleanup events where he successfully organizes a cleanup event every third Saturday and every month at Riverwalk. Earthshine and associated volunteers have volunteered approximately 7,000 hours of time and trash to our riverbed. Mike and Earthshine celebrated 100 cleanups events across the Central Coast July 9th of 22 and continues to be a community champion, surpassing its 100th milestone. So therefore, be it resolved that Steve W. Martin, by virtue of his mayorship, and myself as Mayor Pro Tem, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim today, February 21st, we recognize Mike Campa for his outstanding public service and community stewardship. Thank you. We also have David Lacaro, our wastewater, actually it's stormwater to Public Works. I'd like to say a few words too about Mike.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I've had the pleasure of working with Mike over these years. And, not only are you driven, Mike, you've got the passion for it. The moment I met you, you just really strive to make Paso Robles a better place, to make Paso Robles shine. Mike, you're tenacious in what you do. Your passion is infectious, so you're able to garner all the volunteers over these years that you've been helping out. And just from the day I met you as an adoptee of one of the streets to where you're at now is incredible. And what you've been able to do so far, and listening to the thousands of pounds that you've recovered here in the city of Paso alone, let alone all over the county, is nothing short of amazing. So, Mike, thank you so much for your dedication, your hard work, and just being such a cool guy. Really appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, David. Thank you, council, staff, everybody in the audience. This city is doing something right. I started Earthshine back in 2016, and we do events from San Miguel to Santa Maria. But Paso's my hometown. It's the place that I like to focus on whenever we're doing like our 100-bag challenge events, where we try to encourage people across the county to pick up trash on their own. And we did quite a bit of work. And I was doing some work, and someone put me in contact with Michael Hendry, who used to be stormwater, right? He's the one that put me into contact with the Adopt a Street program, which I started doing. And these guys, David in particular, saw what I was doing, and they said, "We love what you're doing. Are you a legitimate organization yet?" And I said, "That's exactly what I'm working toward." They said, "Will you work on that, and we'll talk." And that's what we did. And as we went along, we started doing the Riverwalk cleanups, and then Michael was getting ready to retire, and he said, "Hey, this is a great opportunity for you, and come over and work for the Adopt a Street program." And I've got to say that between Mike and David, you've given me not just the encouragement, which is huge, more than you know, but you've given me the financial ability to do what I do and to help Paso and to help the county. And we've done 100,000 pounds of trash we picked up. The storms we just had, you guys see what happens when the trash doesn't get picked up. I'm sure that many of you saw the flows going through the Salinas River and how everything is being brought out to the ocean. By the efforts of this city, working with us, and especially working with the amazing volunteers in town. We got one of them right over here. My girlfriend here, Renee, always an avid volunteer. We've really kept thousands and thousands of pounds of litter, not just from being in our creeks and our rivers, but from being in the ocean, which I think is top priority for all of us. So thank you guys very much for taking the time today.
All right. Item 2, presentation, stormwater, storm recovery update. Jonathan Stordana, Chief of Fire.
Good morning, Pro Tem Hammond, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief, here tonight to just give you an update on our storm recovery efforts. So as I'm sure many in this room recall, the storm happened around January 9th and 10th. We exceeded the flood stage to hit a peak of almost 32 feet. And as you can see, the historic crest on the right, the record previously was held in 1969 at almost 24 feet. So we exceeded it quite a bit. This is what we presented originally to the council. It just shows our 100-year flood mark, which in the history of everyone that's worked here currently at the city, we've never seen this. That's Navajo Court down below, and you can see the red line, and that was our indicators or markers for the 100-year flood zone that we hit on the first day of the storms. This is going back a little bit of history. We have the storm in 1908. That's actually the 13th Street Bridge back then. And then you have 1969 on the top and 2023. So those were, 69 was the last highest crest of the river that we have on record. So our EOC remains active and operating. We're operating at a level 3. This is a copy of our emergency action plan. It comes out every Monday morning. It's good for a week. Many people are familiar with the incident action plan. This is just the EOC version of that. San Luis Obispo County was declared eligible for FEMA assistance. So right now we're working through the recovery and reimbursement process. Unfortunately, the river did take a pretty big hit from the storms. All of our work over the last 5 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars in mitigation that we've spent down there reducing the fuel hazards is back in forms of big debris piles like you see on the left. And that's very concerning to us simply because before we had light grasses that were sporadic with trees throughout the riverbed. Now we have these high piles of debris. And what happens when those piles catch on fire is we get what's called ember casting. And that's when embers actually cast up into the developments of the homes. And especially if there's that much fuel loading in one place, that's a significant concern of ours moving forward. This is a before of our work on the left in the riverbed last year. You could see the grasses were grazed by the goats and then the trees were trimmed by the hand crews. And you can see what that looks like today, a lot of down debris. This hampers our efforts when we're trying to get into the riverbed for fires now. There's new channels that have been created that we'll have to cross, as well as it's extremely difficult for our firefighters and personnel to get hose across these debris piles or over them to reach the center of the riverbed. Another picture of our work on the left and what it looks like now on the right. So we've been working with the Fish and Wildlife as well as the Regional Water Quality Control Board. We've implemented or initiated a flood control and fire fuel load reduction project. And this project is, we're going to utilize Fire Safe Council funding. We have approximately $200,000 of grant funding, and we're going to spend $120,000 of that over the next 3 weeks with our hand crews called the Great Tree Tenders. And they're going to be down in the riverbed using these track chippers, trying to get the piles of debris that are on the east side of the riverbed, north to south from the city limits. And the reason we're focusing on these areas, so if there is a fire in these debris piles, we can mitigate or reduce the hazard of embers being carried up into the developments above that. So these crews, they're about $8,000 a day, and we expect to treat about 110 acres in the next 3 weeks. It's all grant funded. Here's some more pictures of the work they're doing right now. And then if it does start raining, it is under our Fish and Wildlife permit that we have to stop all work until it dries out again. So you will see them stop if we get any substantial rain. So how about our unhoused population that live down there? What have been the impacts from the storm? ECHO did have an increased request for assistance through the storm period. They found that a lot of their efforts were focused on replacing lost items. So when they lost their camps, they lost birth certificates, they lost driver's license, medications, and things like that. So they're helping those residents of the riverbed replace those items. It did provide an opportunity for ECHO to ask to seek some help for these individuals. So they came to ECHO and they said they could reach out and get mental health services for them. So there were some that took advantage of it. The community response was overwhelming, and that's from a lot of our volunteer groups, from some in this audience and some of our council members down there helping out, not only with evacuations, but also the efforts after the storm. We have seen an increased calls for service, especially with our CAT team, because once the river started flooding, then all the homeless camps moved to higher ground along the embankments. So the city population, the residents started calling and asking for them sites to be cleared, or because they were making noise and they wanted assistance from the CAT team. So the CAT team's been hard at work trying to keep up with the amount of calls coming in. As you can see here on the picture on the right, this is something that we were concerned with, and it's already starting. They are starting to repopulate the riverbed. And not only are they repopulating the riverbed, this is a picture of a tent and a place where someone's living inside the debris pile. So if we have a fire in the riverbed, that whole debris pile is going to catch on fire, it'll spread, and then we could also, it jeopardizes the lives of those people that are sleeping there. Here's some more camps that have already been started back up down the riverbed. You can see the trash quickly filling back up down there. Some more camps, and they're spread out from the north to the south. So what are we looking at for repair costs at this point? We have filed for our request, RPA's request for public assistance. They've extended that to $315. So these are only preliminary costs. We're still working on getting the full cost to make the repairs. And so far, total cost and just personnel is about $42,000. Response efforts, those are costs that or expenses we had while trying to mitigate the emergency, about $46,000. Then city damage itself, about $794,000. In regard, so total of just over $884,000. So this was declared a FEMA disaster area, so they pay 75% of our total cost. And then the California splits 75% of that remaining 25%. So total city costs for emergency response be somewhere around 6.25%. So there was one good thing that came out of these storms. We went from an extreme drought down to abnormally dry. So you can see as of right now from the wet season beginning in September of 2022, we've reached almost 19 inches here in the city, and our average since 1942 is 10.46. So that's extremely good news for us locally. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jonathan. Questions of the fire chief? None? Okay, presentation. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Next, we have Travel Paso update. Assistant City Manager Chris Hewitt. Here he is. Thanks, Chris.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Chris Hewitt, Assistant City Manager. Tonight you'll have a brief update from Stacy Jacobs and Travel Paso board representatives. They are here to provide you all and the public with an update on activities that they have undertaken over the last 12 months or so, and then a forward-looking summary of some marketing things that they're going to be doing on behalf of our community in the region in the upcoming months. So with that, I will turn it over to Stacy Jacobs for the update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council. I also have with me my colleague, Mike Dawson, who is going to share the presentation with me this evening. So we're going to touch on some highlights from our last fiscal year, which I know feels like going back now in time. So with that, we're also going to give you an update on our Strategic Direction 2025, our annual audit that's been completed, our current RFP process underway, as well as our current campaign that is currently underway. Oops, what did I do wrong? Okay, there we go. Moving into first key results and highlights for the last fiscal year. This chart really demonstrates the exciting growth we've seen in TOT overall. We've talked about this in the past, the record TOT numbers we saw coming out of COVID. Obviously, last year was starting to become a reset year in many ways. This also then parallels that next to our web traffic. So the purpose of this is to demonstrate that when we market and promote and campaign about our awesome destination here in Paso Robles, we see results. That ends up becoming dollars coming back to the city into your general fund that the guest is essentially paying for. So just wanted to correlate kind of as a very top level perspective overall from that perspective. Through our key highlights for our fiscal year 21-22, our campaign, which is Savor Real California. We did a lot to build out our content and build assets around that. We say that by both our visual assets through photos, videos, and then content on our website. When we get to the website stats, you'll see our time on site is actually quite high compared to industry average, and that's because we've really been building in this particular tool overall. We've also launched a campaign called Paso Presents. This features local businesses who embody the authentic pioneering spirit, setting Paso Robles apart as a place to visit. We focused on golf, we focused on libretto, we focused on the Park and Pine folks, we focused on Edo, pasta, other unique products of people. What we wanted to really do coming out of COVID was to really be able to demonstrate the people and the passion that Paso Robles truly embodies. I mentioned our website. This is something that every single marketing piece that we do goes back to our website. It's critical to our success. TravelPaso.com continues to rank as the place people go to find inspirational information about the community of Paso Robles. We also had quite a bit of collaboration this past year with the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. I know Joel Peterson is watching online tonight. Two key projects this past year. One was hosting the Team of Wine Enthusiasts magazine. We were able to have their stakeholders here, about 50 members of the editorial team, here for a 3-day conference, the end of July, beginning of August. This was the first time they had returned since COVID. They brought their team from all across the country here to Paso Robles to do their own media retreat and make their planning decisions for the year. The second major event that we collaborated with the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance on is the San Diego Roadshow event that happened last June. Again, getting the word out to core markets coming to this particular area. I mentioned the website earlier. This just gives you some yearly trends, looking at our year 21 over 22. Also looking at, again, when we're doing specific focus campaigns, kind of the top lines you can see nice and bold here. Our traffic was up 11%. Our organic search was up 31%, and we're very excited about that particular number because as I talk about that content we've been building, the rich content on our site, Google loves that, and they actually rank us higher as a result of that organic. That means we're gaining brand awareness out there in the world, and we're also, people are finding us more and more. And our time on page is up 18%. That means when they get there, they're finding out valuable information that they want to see. So just a few key stats that we feel pretty important on the website overall. This is a quick dive into another one of our featured Paso Presents. This is Luke and Max Udson, the second generation of Castoro sellers, who really took a dive into the spirits industry side. So what Paso Presents what it's designed to do is really tell the story of the passion of these two individuals who grew up in Paso Robles and how they're taking their family business into the next direction. This is an overview of that collaboration that I mentioned with Wine Enthusiasts in partnership with the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. In addition to hosting 50 writers here, members of the Wine Enthusiast team in Paso Robles on a Sunday through a Wednesday, we also received 4 full-page ads that were put in their November, December, and month-end issues. We also had an online digital campaign, a dedicated landing page, and then a full photo recap of the event was also in the November issue. So keeping all of that in mind, this was a really great investment and collaborative effort between tourism and the wine industry. I wanted to point out the QR code that you see on the ad. All of our ads moving forward have QR codes embedded in them with specific UTM tags, which gives us accountability and measurability of what's working and what's driving people back to our website. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mike, who's going to take us through the next section.
Thanks, everyone. Again, I'm Mike Dawson, the media strategist for Solterra and Travel Paso. Just going over some of these highlights that Stacy was sort of setting up. So fiscal year 21-22, we had a midweek corporate travel planners meeting and attended several trade shows. And our media public relations, which is where I sort of focus on, we attended this annual event where we meet 50 journalists. It's actually closer to 100 in that event that's held in New York City every year, and it plants a lot of seeds for the following years to come. We also earned 13.1 billion impressions. That comes from both social media and traditional media and digital and print. It's a very big number, and it's a number that we've seen grown every year. That came from 657 stories and broadcasts. We hosted 49 journalists. And we're very proud of the fact that we are nominated for a Visit California Poppy Award. That's Visit California's biannual award where they sort of nominate some of the best campaigns out there. And our COVID-19 recovery PR campaign was nominated for Best Public Relations Campaign. So. One of the highlights was the Corporate Travel Media Fam Tour, focusing on actually getting corporate planners to come and plan their events midweek in Paso Robles. 26 meeting planners attended. You can see some of the major businesses that came for this. Google, Meta, so that's Facebook and Instagram, Prestige Global. You can go through the list there. Very impressive list. Really good feedback so far. People are starting to plan because of that trip. And we're planning some more here in the future. We also were engaging our local businesses during this event, as you can see through there. Carson Butler Events, Felici Electric Events, et cetera, et cetera. So a really good collaborative effort there. Right? Oh. That's what everyone wants, to get to the end.
I was trying.
Look, it's very impressive. There's some of the media hits we got. I can go that fast.
Okay, there we go.
There's a picture of our corporate media fan. You want to just do it?
I'll try, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, move me along. Let's move this forward. All right, the corporate travel fan, there was some great pictures there. We had this awesome marketplace held at Rava with all the sort of businesses that you could rent for when you have press trips and corporate planning meetings here. Here are some of the earned media highlights. Today's show, we were on Conde Nast Traveler, Los Angeles Times several times, the New York Times, and obviously we always keep up our 52 best places to go in 2020 because we're very proud of that. But these are just some of the highlights. Here's a great spread that we worked to get in place in Food and Wine magazine. This took about 2 years to get. What's great about putting the effort into sort of these larger magazines is that they have a trickle-down effect. So when Food and Wine does another spread on Paso Robles, all the blogs, all the travel blogs and food blogs that are smaller in scale are going to start to see Paso Robles in a different light and follow suit. It just breeds coverage. So as people probably know, the media landscape is much different than when I came up, and it's changing every day. We don't really like to work with influencers, so to speak. We like to call them content creators because we want people to create content that's fresh about Paso Robles. And this is a great hit for us from Tastemade. They have 7 million viewers. They did a reel here that's not live, but I highly recommend going on to Tastemade's Instagram and checking that out. It was like literally an itinerary of what to do in Paso that was just phenomenal. And so this, we're going to sort of move to the future here. What I've been hearing, what we've been hearing as a group of sort of where we're focusing the next year. Train travel, which sort of falls into the idea of sustainable travel. Train travel, we have a train station. We're trying to really sell people on the idea that you don't need a car to come to Paso Robles. And that offsets your carbon footprint, which is a very big issue for a lot of travelers these days. Education with families, where you can go learn about something together. You know, not just like going to a classroom and do a cooking show, but actually doing something deeper, maybe foraging or learning about some farming practices. Small town travel, perfect for Paso, another thing. I cannot escape people asking me about pickleball courts.
Neither us either.
Obviously, we know that, I don't want to bring up any odd issues, but yeah, pickleball, man. If people... Does Paso have pickleball courts? Yes, we do. Cycling, as you know, we held the Bovine Classic here, which is another partner of ours. And our gravel road, which people like to ride on gravel roads, I thought that was dangerous, but apparently it's a huge thing. And cycling is huge throughout here, and a lot of travelers. We're doing a press trip very soon in the next couple weeks of a woman that's doing a cycling trip and story for the Los Angeles Times. And of course, our Michelin stars and our Michelin recommended restaurants. You know, Paso Robles has 5 Michelin recommended restaurants now. And per capita, that's pretty good. When I took that message to New York in late January, it blew people away. Paso Robles, yes, our food is now caught up with our wine. So, I also, before we finish this section, just want to talk about how we collaborate. We would be nowhere without our partners, and we work even more so than last year, and we're going to work even harder this year to continue these collaborations with the people mentioned here. I'd go through this very quickly, but today literally was a very quick example of how we collaborate with people on media outreach of these groups up here. Top of my to-do list, I worked with my colleagues at Visit SlowCal to get some olive oil for an LA media event that we're going to be hosting in May. I worked with the San Francisco Chronicle writer to get them at Censario because they were at Roan Rangers this weekend. Let's see. We just sent Visit California some video of our downtown. We're working together with them, with a YouTuber, huge YouTuber, that's doing literally a story on small town travel in California. And I had a call with the Highway 1 Discovery Route folks because we're going to be hosting a woman writer from Phoenix in May. And in the hallway, I spoke to my colleague Chris from the PRWCA about an upcoming fan trip that they're hosting. And with that, I'll hand it over to Stacey.
All right. Continuing on a couple of the key highlights. We actually have been in we're starting now year 3 of a 3-year partnership, a multi-year partnership with the San Jose earthquakes. For years, people have said, why don't we focus more in San Jose? I said, absolutely. So this opportunity came our way, and we love where PayPal Stadium is located at because it's right in the heart of Silicon Valley. When you drive into PayPal Stadium, we hit so many different demographics of our audience that we're looking at. And of course, it's so close to the San Jose airport, which I know many of us service as need be to hit various events. So we will be partnering with Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance on an event later in the year at the PayPal Stadium to really take a piece of Paso to San Jose and really continue investing in that particular market area. One of the other things that we do every year is focus right here in our own community. We have a program, the Community Event Marketing Grant Program. This last fiscal year, we supported 18 events to the tune of $100,000. And as Mike had mentioned, one of the new events was the Bovine Classic, which is a new gravel cycling event that really took place in the North County between both Atascadero and Paso Robles. So really looking at collaboration at so many levels on these particular areas. Obviously, we supported the city of Paso and really why tourism matters with this whole idea of bringing the 4th of July celebration back to support our local community. We really saw that as a gift to the community to bring back this iconic celebration and really celebrate our nation's birthday. And as we mentioned, Visit SlowCal collaboration is in multiple forms and always ongoing. But the Spartan race this past year that happened at Santa Margarita Ranch, our ongoing support of the marketing committee and participation, and our strategic planning process that they are currently underway as well. There's the 4th of July. We can't wait for hopefully it coming back this next year. And then we just wanted to take a couple minutes to talk about moving forward. We're already 6 months into our year this year. And so we have actually embarked already on our strategic plan 2025. So working with our board of directors, our marketing committee, our constituents, and our tourism partners, we embarked on this process beginning last August. And our board adopted our strategic plan this past January at our meeting. And it looks like we have a little bit of a mess up. Sorry, I apologize, you can't read that. But the vision, mission, values, reputation, and position statement, we call this kind of our North Star. We focus a lot on making sure that these pillars are still in tune with what we are wanting to accomplish. So we just completed a 5-year strategic plan. We said, okay, let's look at the next 3 years. A lot happened over those last 5 years. And there were some tweaks and changes to this. I like to always look at the reputation. Collaborative, professional, results-driven, and fun are key words that we really describe the kind of work that we're doing on behalf of the community of Paso Robles and our constituents. 3 core objectives. I'm not going to go into these. We'll be looking at these as our guideposts as we put our plans in place for fiscal year 2023-24 coming up. I always get confused on those numbers. A couple other key pieces that have been completed. We did complete our annual audit, which was adopted by our board of directors on January 17th and delivered to the city of Paso Robles, a requirement that was requested as you allowed us to continue forward with our district management plan. We are also under an RFP process, which aligns with our Travel Paso new procurement policy. So we are going out for RFP for organizational management, public relations, digital media, and brand support. That deadline is March 1 for anybody interested in that. Our board will evaluate and then make those decisions, aligning us to really kick off the next fiscal year with everything in place. And I'll turn it back to Mike to finish us up and get us out of here.
So yeah, we're talking about what we're doing now, and the Savor Real California. She talked about Paso Presents, which is one of our marketing campaigns, but this is our biggest, it's literally our biggest marketing campaign to date, and it's continuing the Savor California. So our drive that'd be awesome.
Sorry.
I have to look at my notes on this one. So our markets for this campaign are the drive markets, so San Francisco, LA, San Jose as mentioned. I just want to make a quick aside about San Jose. When we were on the ground at the earthquakes, what we really started to learn, we already knew that we wanted to target San Jose, that's why we're at the earthquakes. But we started hearing people say, we can't believe you drove all the way from Paso Robles. And our immediate return is, hey, it's quicker to get to this wine country than it is to go through the traffic to Napa. Anyway, San Jose, they think we're so far away, and they could not believe we're here. So anyway, we're focusing on them, along with some of the Central Valley and a little bit of San Diego as well, all drive markets. Sort of the goals and the metrics of this is to, 1, build brand awareness, and to 2, drive traffic to the website and lead generation, as Stacy really mentioned earlier. And again, all marketing roads, whatever we're doing, all go back to the website. So anyway, this is a multimedia approach. What you see here on the screen is a lead gen. It's a way we capture emails when people come to our site. It's very important. This is a print piece that we've done, which lives also when we go to trade shows, but it also now lives as ads that we can pull out for some certain partnerships that you'll see here down the road. But again, it's a multimedia approach across all platforms with layered content creation, as you're seeing here. Print, TV, email marketing, drip campaigns, paid search, digital meaning like Meta, which is Instagram and Facebook, YouTube, and Google Ads. And we also have some billboards, which I'll show you here in a second. So this is the media mix of the buy. You can see there. And here's the spend, the biggest spend of Travel Pasos to date. And you can see how we're breaking it up in the markets there. There's some of our digital ads, and also sort of our paid spends, and also our content throughout those channels. And most excitingly, we have 2 30-second ads that are running on the Spectrum platforms, all their different platforms. It's not just one channel. They have several. And we're going to be, when the Dodgers games, the actual, not the spring training, when the season begins, our 30-second spots will be shown on there. I'm sorry, Giants fans. And there's some billboards that we're putting up in San Jose and in the LA market because we want people, when they're stuck in their commute, to have some little escapism and think of us. And here are some of the partnerships that we have for print. There's this awesome, everyone could go to travelpaso.com and actually download this insider's guide. But we're going to be placing ads that look similar to this in all these publications here. And the thinking behind going to these publications is that we see that people that go to these digital sites, the people that come to the Travel Paso website like going to these sites as well. So there is some strategies behind it. And as she mentioned before, every ad we do from print has a QR code and digital ad. Everything we're doing has a UTM, so we can track and course correct as needed. So I'm very proud of that. And that's it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. It's amazing, again, that, we just came back from Washington, D.C., and whenever we go in a restaurant, I look at the wine list, and you wouldn't be amazed of how much Paso Robles is listed there. If not, the bottle of the fruit is being used. So well done to Travel Paso. You guys are really making a difference, and it's very important to have that partner with our economy. Next, we have Economic Development Strategy Plan update. Paul Sloan.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond and council members. I'm Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. We are just about 2/3 of the way through the project creating a 5-year economic development strategic plan for the city, working with our consultants from Willdan Financial Services. Several of the team are here with us this evening. So they're back in town for another week-long visit of meetings and working sessions, including a presentation and update tonight to council. Tomorrow evening, we have an in-depth working session with the Main Street Association. And on Thursday, we'll be doing a presentation as well to the Airport Commission. So a lot of good, exciting things going on in the economic development front. With that, I'd like to pass the microphone over to the managing principal of Willdan to give us the update, Ms. Molly McKay.
Welcome, Molly.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening. I'm so happy to be here this evening to give you an update on our progress with the Economic Development Strategic Plan. We've been hard at work since August, and we have a lot to share in terms of the data we've collected and the work that we expect to be submitting this week for further review and consolidation into the draft plan. Yes, thank you. I was waiting for it to move forward. Here we go. Again, my name is Molly McKay. I'm with Willdan, and this evening I'm here with my colleague, James Edison, who's in the audience. He's the managing principal of our Oakland office, and the two of us have been hard at work with the Willdan team on this project for several months now. So I've been asked to give a very short and sweet, just an update on what we've completed and what is coming in the next few months. We understand you have a really packed agenda this evening, so we're here to, instead of provide our preliminary findings or anything like that, just to give you a status update. So to date, we have been hard at work collecting demographic and economic information, conducting a market analysis that's really focused on real estate for all sectors, and also collaborating with Travel Paso and the Wine Alliance on a workforce development strategy. So we undertook 2 focus groups, and from there we also connected with several other stakeholders throughout your community and beyond. And we have pulled all of that input together into a preliminary economic profile report, and we are starting to move towards draft implementation strategies. So this week we are on the ground essentially all week. We will be conducting ongoing stakeholder outreach. Tomorrow evening, this is very exciting, we will be conducting a sort of focus group or workshop with the Paso Robles Downtown Association to focus on placemaking infrastructure priorities, where there's a committee that has been hard at work there. They have recommendations, and we're going to hear them out and help them to prioritize what they think should be funded in year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Beyond that, there is an airport commission meeting we'll be attending, And we are also kicking off a tourism industry economic impact analysis, working with Stacy, really taking all of the information that she has presented this evening and applying economic impact indicators to it to run some numbers that we think are going to be very compelling in telling the story of the power of your wine and tourism industries. In addition to that, we're going to get an update on workforce and affordable housing and other housing construction. And from there, we will be spending some time with city leadership to talk about the city's existing organizational and institutional capacity related to business attraction and expansion. So as I mentioned, we have been collaborating with the Travel Paso and the Wine Alliance in order to collect data on really where they see the gaps and opportunities are in your economy. And from there, we drafted a business climate survey that is specific to those two industries, and we expect it to launch on Friday. It is an electronic survey that it's ready to go as soon as those two entities disseminate the links to their members. And the intent is to prepare a baseline assessment of the City of Paso's performance as a business partner, but beyond that, to find where, really where you're performing well, where the bright spots are, things that you can market, and beyond that, where maybe there are some gaps or some challenges that require some special focus or investment. In addition to that, I should say, I just realized there's another thing that we did that I think is really important. The week before last, James Edison and I attended a spaceport conference in Washington, D.C., where we were really there for listening and learning with other city staff and Council Member Hammond. And I have to say that it was really one of the most mind-blowing things I've done in my career. I wanted to share just 3 things that we learned that we think are really important for the city of Paso and your community. So beyond the new terms of low Earth orbit and microgravity, and a very diverse array of payloads, which I had always somehow associated that with some sort of like a, something that would blow up. That has nothing to do with it at all. In fact, what we learned is that the spaceport concept is an opportunity for the city to participate in the reconstitution of infrastructure in space. And it is this is not a theoretical concept, but there's a real market with buyers and sellers and pent-up demand. And this is a growing market with a lot of very well-capitalized players, and it was so exciting to be there with the city of Paso Robles to experience that. So I really applaud you with your innovation and your approach to diversifying your economy. So we're going to continue to really nail down this week what this opportunity is for the spaceport, and more specifically for the tech corridor as a real estate development opportunity. And beyond that, I think it's going to be very compelling content that the city can use to help market not just the tech corridor, but your community as a whole, as a place to do business and invest and to draw your employees. And we're really moving forward to some of the big ideas that were put forth to us at the beginning of this economic development strategic planning process. So as I mentioned, another thing that's coming up this week is the business climate survey. It is live. We will be holding that live for about a month, 3 to 4 weeks is what we've proposed to see what we can get. And that feedback is going to be analyzed, and we can do cross tabulations or what have you, and it will be very important data to inform how to prioritize investments related to the economic development strategic plan. So from here, you can expect to hear back from us again in March, and then once we get some feedback from everyone, we'll be nailing down the implementation plan, which includes a very detailed funding plan for various initiatives and tactics. We plan to spend some time on that this week to at least sketch out what the major initiatives are and potential funding sources, and then really take it from there. So we feel like we've got our feet on the ground and we're moving forward and we're on track. So thank you very much for the opportunity to update you this evening. And if you have any other feedback or ideas or questions, or if you have other stakeholders you would like us to interview, please don't hesitate to contact me or James or, of course, Paul Sloan. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Any questions for Molly? Yeah? No? Thank you, Molly. We look forward to your report. Moving on, we have Capital Projects Report, Frida Berman and Ditas Esperanza, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. This is our bi-monthly Public Works update on our projects that we're doing in the city. So we are all aware that the Golden Hill Union Road intersection improvements has been ongoing, and there are 2 detour routes that are accepted or sanctioned by the city. This is the the west detour, and then this was the east detour. I think by now everybody's pretty much aware of these. Again, the driveways are not detour routes, and people are still continuing to do that. However, yesterday, we were able to do the driveway for Bronco Burgers and Car Wash, known as Coffee, at Golden Hill Road. We were able to build their permanent driveway. We took advantage of the fact that they were closed for business, and we had flaggers at both driveways to tell them that business is closed and there's really no need for you to access the driveways. And so then they were quite upset because they were using it as a detour route, but they understood. And so we finished it. And then today we put plating over the driveway, and we still have flaggers over there to make sure that drivers are using the area that's got the plates and they're not touching the fresh green concrete. Again, the Medical Plaza driveways are also not a detour route, and please do not use those as such. There's still people using the Mesa Prospect route, and if you do, please make sure you drive slowly, 25 miles per hour, or the police will be giving out speeding tickets. So here's just a time-lapse video update. So you can see we are putting in the perimeter curbs of the roundabout. It's only a minute long. And then now we're doing the interior. So what you see in the middle there, that's just to provide boundary for the landscaping. That's not the actual roundabout. Here are the people putting in the rock blankets for the areas in the roundabout. They're having a fun time doing it.
I hope they're not working that way all the time.
And here's them.
Yeah, that's better. Ditas, when do you think they're going to be close to being done? What's the plan?
So here's the truck apron. This is now the final exterior of the actual roundabout. There's the rebars that's going under the truck apron. And then on the next slide, they're actually putting in the stamp colored concrete. This is the area where large trucks are able to ride on this as they make the turn around the roundabout. And I think by now, most of the truck aprons has been constructed. So to answer your question, here's the rebars under the truck apron, and then here's the stamped concrete. So to answer your question, we're progressing quite well now that all the curbs and gutters are in, perimeter and insert. The next phase is actually the paving. We're gearing up to do that, and we have a plan to start paving in the next couple of weeks. Unfortunately, it sounds like there's also rain predicted in the next couple of weeks, so we probably will need to delay the paving just a bit. But after that, there's paving, there's landscaping, irrigation, installing the street lights, pavement striping, so we're just about down to the end of the project. We also have our signal, traffic signal street name signs going on. We've completed 16. We're waiting for the delivery of the other 13, and then we will install those. Upcoming road project, I think I just have the one. So the Niblick Road is the project we recently received a grant for, $17 million. And again, that reach, sorry, I still have to fix it, is from Spring Street all the way to Creston. We are on the agenda for the March California Transportation Committee meeting, CTC, where they will give us approval to allocate the environmental document phase for the project. And once they give us the approval to spend that money, then we can initiate doing the environmental documents. They're giving us the money in pieces. First, they're giving us an environmental. Once that's completed, then they will give us the money for the project specifications and estimates, also known as final design. And then once that's done, then they will give us the money for the actual construction. That concludes my portion of this report. If you have any questions for me before I turn it to Frida, I'd be happy to answer them.
The only other question I was thinking here is when we get into that Niblick Bridge, is that going to still have through traffic even during the construction? So in other words, are we going to be able to get vehicles through during construction on that line?
That's the plan, is to keep it open, albeit it'll be congested and there'll be flaggers. And, sometimes traffic will be on one side of the street and sometimes depending on the construction phase.
Perfect. Thank you.
Members of the council, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. I'd like to start with Fire Station 3. As we are all aware, we issued a notice to proceed on May 2nd of last year. We anticipate partial completion in May of this year and not substantial completion until September of this year. That, as I've mentioned before, is due to material delays and also PG&E not being able to electrify the station until September. So it's very likely not very likely, you will see a shutdown of operations for a period of time before we come back and finish the project out. This is, and Warren, I think I need you to press the button on this one. This is a current look at the construction project process through mid of this month. You'll see the standing seam roof going on, and that's complete at this point. Putting in the interior electrical. Windows, drywall. So we're really seeing a real building at this point. It's a shame that we'll have the delay because the contractor is on schedule. We even have light poles now, and you may have driven by, they've hooked them up with cords temporarily, but we have working light poles. We also have poured a lot of concrete for driveways and drive approaches. This is extremely durable, thick slabs to accommodate the fire engines. And this is just that same progress of work, but in a expedited way, so you can see everything that's been accomplished since our last report. I'll now move on to the Uptown Family Park water feature replacement. As a reminder, this is a grant-funded project from the state of California per capita grant program. It's a grant in the amount of $177,952. We put this project out to bid. We received one bid that was 200% above the engineer's estimate, the architect's estimate. That bid was rejected, and we went through a lengthy value engineering process to bring the project closer to the available funds. The hard estimate we have now still exceeds those available funds, but with $21,000 from development impact fees, we're able to move forward with the project and meet our grant deadlines. And you'll see in your next quarterly budget update that $21,000 being noted in development impact fees for the Uptown Family Park project. We've also good news about the Centennial Park patio shade sail installation. That actually is starting this week, weather dependent, but we will have a recreation usable Centennial Park patio by the first week in March. Barney Schwartz Park pump track construction, as a reminder, this is a $500,000 investment by Rec Foundation. This is not using city funds. It goes out to bid this month. We will be opening bids in the first part of April and breaking ground in early summer. This is a one-of-a-kind project for this North County area and is really something special, designed by California Skate Parks, who designed the skate park for the Beijing Olympics. Finally, in design, we have our pickleball court complex construction. We've made progress. The 50% plans are in plan check. I expect them back anytime. They'll be going back to the architect for corrections. And the law enforcement facilities at 4305 Second Wind Way, those are in final corrections, are in plan check, and we will have those back, and then that project will be out to bid. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Frida. Any questions for Frida? None?
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond, I do have a caller on the call-in line who has a question for Ditas.
You bet.
It's Jan Albin.
Jan, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. My question for Ditas is this. It's a statement and a question. Of course, there's always lots of complaints about our roads. But one of the things that people always ask is, where can I see what's being done? Where? I know that you've got a spreadsheet. I've seen you produce it before, but I can't get through the new city website to find the documents that I'm looking for to guide people to where they can see what you've got going on and what's coming down the road. I'd appreciate it if you could guide me on that.
Well, it was on the website, so maybe because of the new website, it's a little bit more difficult to find it. But if you tell me what you're looking for, maybe I can just email it to you directly. Would you like to do that?
That would be fine. Actually, I'll give you a call then tomorrow. What I'm hoping for is that, yes, you can point me to the website that shows me what paving, streets, etc., are being planned and what we're working on right now. So I will then call you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so you're referring to the 6-year plan, is that the one? Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't we have a 45-year plan or something? You know.
All right, yeah, just
So,
email me tomorrow
but-
and I'll be happy to provide it for you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan.
Bye-bye.
Anyone else online?
Not for this item,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, I can answer Jan's question if she's interested. The adopted 6-year street plan is on our website. It's under, if you go to the government page, access the departments, go to Public Works, Maintenance and Streets, you'll see the adopted 6-year street plan there, and it brings you updates, including what neighborhoods, a map, and a schedule through 2025.
That's what I tell most everybody, you know, they always ask us when my street's going to be paved, and I said, you're on a list, guaranteed you're on a list someplace, so. All right, thank you, Ty. All right, today we come now to the general public comments. This is the time that public may address the council on items that are not on the agenda tonight. Anyone wishing to speak, please fill out a speaker's card and give it to Melissa, our city clerk. And then you'll have 3 minutes to talk about anything you want. State law requires that we do not, as council, talk about or discuss about anything that is not on our agenda tonight, but we can certainly hear what you're saying about. So anyone wishing to go ahead and address the council, why don't you go ahead and start making your way over to the dais? No. Later. Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Susan Warren. I'm with North County Connection, which is a recovery resource center, and we serve all of North County, but we're located in Atascadero. I just wanted to come in tonight. I feel like the minority in here tonight after all of our Travel Paso advertising. I feel like I need a meeting. But that's very effective advertising, and I know that's a big deal in this county that, you know, with all of our wineries and distilleries and everything else. I'll make one comment about traveling by train. That might help reduce DUIs. You know, if you got people to travel by train here and and then use Uber, and that would help. So I'm here because there's a new book that came out just this fall, and it was written by a woman who spent a long time at the federal level and with different organizations, public and private, worked for SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, that's the federal government big agency, and also with the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, and she was the director there. And when I saw this book come out, it talks about recovery allies and how our communities need to be more conducive to helping people that are in recovery. You know, everybody can drink, but some of us can't drink. We find that because physiologically we're different. And so we don't handle it. We don't have a stop button. And so that means that we have to provide some services to help those people become productive members of the community. And they may be your employees, they may be your kids. You know, it's not just the people in the streets. That's the very end result of people that have had a lifetime of substance use disorders and problems. You know, so we don't have to wait until people need to be jailed or sent to the emergency room, you know, or dying in our streets, and especially now with fentanyl out there. And so there's other things that we as a community can begin to do to make people want recovery. And to recognize that it's an illness. It's something going on that they're not causing it. They didn't ask to have this, but it is what it is. And so the more resources we provide out here in the community for them, the more opportunity they have to get in sooner. It's something that we call going further upstream. Instead of waiting until the bodies are floating down here in the lake, we can go farther upstream and help them find those resources. So we don't have them in our riverbed, and we don't have them out in the streets. sleeping because they've run out of everything. And so I just wanted to read a little thing in here on this book. I have copies of this book for you. And all I'm going to say to you is just please read the foreword and the first 12 pages, because that's talks about the why and the how. And then the rest of the book gets into all the different areas that we can look at, and whether it's what the churches can do, how the attitudes can change, how we look at the whole thing with a different lens.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, please summarize if you like.
It's all in here, and this is what people need: long-term recovery, and this is what will provide you some opportunity. And then if you just read the first 12 pages, figure out who in the community, service club, churches, ECHO, anybody, medical community, and get it to the next level, to somebody else. So as a community, we can really provide those resources and help more people and keep them out of the riverbed and the streets.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sue. Well, I too am here in support of this publication that Sue was talking about. My name is Curtis Albert, and I've been a community member since 1984. I'm a registered nurse. I've been in practice here in our community since graduating from Cuesta College in 2001, the nursing program at the ripe old age of 47. I was a single father in this community. I raised a couple of amazing children in our public school system. They're now 45 and 47 years of age. I'm a member of the board of directors that Sue referred to at North County Connection, a not-for-profit organization, corporation in Atascadero that provides a meeting place, a safe meeting place for members of the recovery community to meet 12-step meetings. It's a safe place for them and their families as well. I'm taking the time to share a few personal items about myself tonight because what one might consider in direct contrast to the aforementioned, I'm also an addict in recovery and have been for over 15 years. When I came into 12-step recovery programs, I lacked the know-how and the how-to get from where I was in a hopeless, helpless position to the man that you see before you today after all these years. As you might know, the greatest assets in any community are its citizenry, and we have only to look at the local news or to review the Google headlines to see what a clear and present problem substance use disorder has become within our county. For those of you unfamiliar with substance use disorder, it's commonly known and stigmatized as addiction. We read about overdose deaths, crimes committed by those under influence of drugs and alcohol, and the overwhelming impact it has on law enforcement and our court system. The lives impacted by substance use disorders include victims of the crimes and the innocent children caught in the crossfire. By activating community involvement, as outlined in the book Recovery Allies, we can move from feeling overwhelmed and helpless to help work as a community towards a solution. So I entreat you this evening to pick this book up with open minds and hearts and with all the passion you possess to improve the lives of men and women who need recovery in our community here in Paso Robles. With highlighter in hand, to read the book Recovery Allies and see if you can receive, as I did, the inspiration I like to call the want to. And with your best thinking and your greatest open hearts, that you might come to a solution to help with this within our community of Paso Robles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome there.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. My name is David Hicks. I live over on Nighthawk Drive. Back in June of last year, a fire broke out of my neighbor's house that swept through my home, causing extensive damage to the point where it was red tagged and we moved out. also requiring a demolition permit and a reconstruction permit. A couple days later, I contacted our building division here at the city of Paso Robles and received fantastic service. And they were empathetic, professional, and within 30 minutes, I was able to leave the building with a demolition permit, which enabled us to start tearing it apart and finding out what actually needed to get replaced. When the engineering reports were done, everything else, again, the building division turned that report around in 2 days, and we were ready to start rebuilding. Field staff was courteous. Everybody was empathetic, trying to get us back into our home. It was probably one of the best experiences I've ever had out of a completely terrible experience. 7 months later, we were able to move back into our house in January, and we're back in for a month. It's been great. I just wanted council to understand the fantastic experience I had with city staff who did a great job for us and got us back going again. Secondly, I'm also affiliated with the Boy Scouts, which are also boys and girls, and Cub Scouts now. We operate a facility at 2247 Oak Street. We have a brand new building there and the worst sewer ever. And recently I had a plumber over there, and we just could not get it unblocked. I called our new utilities department. Jared Pickens and his staff showed up. 30 minutes later, they were able to clean the main, inspect it, and show us exactly where the problem was, which was our problem, which we were able to fix and get back going again. So now it's going to be a long night, and you probably want to start with some good news, so I thought I'd bring that to you. And I'd like to thank staff personally, too. Thank you very much for that, and thank you.
I was going to say also that we should thank Viborg for fixing it at no charge, too.
You did come and do that.
Well done.
Yes.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone online, Melissa, that we know about?
No one for general public comment. However, we do have public comments for consent, just so you're aware.
Okay, all right. Okay, now we then come to agenda items to be deferred. Anything on the list there, City Manager, that we should know about?
No, Mr. Hammond.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I'd like to call, we have a lot of folks here tonight waiting for M2. I'd like to move that we move M2 to precede item J.
And
so moved.
Yeah, that's the parking, which everybody, I thought was for something else.
I kind of get the feeling they might be here for parking.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so.
I'll second that motion.
Do you want to go ahead and move it forward, or what's the council?
I think we should move it forward, at least to immediately following the consent agenda.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's get through the consent. Yeah, okay. So.
Is that acceptable for the maker of the motion? Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, then we're going to go ahead and continue with our.
We have to take a motion.
Do we need to make a motion on that?
He made the motion, I seconded it. Should we take a vote?
We need a
Melissa,
vote.
go ahead and make a
Yes.
motion.
Welsh
Okay.
made the motion.
Motion to move item M2 to immediately follow consent calendar.
And the second by Strong, correct?
Yes, Strong.
Okay. Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye. Okay. So we're going to go ahead then start in with the consent calendar, and these are items that are routine in nature, but not always requiring a discussion. However, if there is a question from council or the public, we can go ahead and address the question, and if it gets in too deep, we'll have to pull it to put it at the end of the agenda. But if not, if there's any clarifying questions, or if anybody wishes to pull an item.
I'd like to pull
Start with
J12.
I'm sorry, what was it, Chris?
J12.
J12. Okay. Pulling J12. Anyone else, council? All right. Anyone from the public wishing to have any questions of the consent calendar? Okay.
We do have Susie Brusa online to comment on consent.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Susie Brusa, District Director for Congressman Jimmy Panetta, and I'm sorry I'm not with you there physically, but I'm stuck on COVID. However, I didn't want to miss the opportunity to tell you how much The congressman looks forward to opening a permanent office at the train station in Paso Robles to serve the constituents of northern San Luis Obispo County. We have interviewed very qualified local candidates and have hired a full-time staff person who will start March 6th. Her name is Diane Zanotti. We hope very much that you'll reach out to us for help with any federal issues that you are facing. And until we get the phone set up at the train station, you can reach me at the Monterey District Office at 831-424-2229. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Well, we look forward to having Congressman Panetta in our city. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. All right. So now we have then item 12 pulled. Any further discussion or questions then? Nope. Go ahead and make a motion then.
I'll make a motion. I move we approve consent agendas items 1 through 11.
Second.
Okay. A motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Items 1 through 11. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, you want to take a break? All right, then we're going to go ahead and take a break. What do you say, 5 minutes? And then we're going to get into Back to order. If you would take your seats, please. We're going to continue with finishing up with the consent calendar and have our city manager go ahead and read off what was approved. Ty Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Several items tonight. The first is the approval of the January 31st City Council special meeting minutes. Item number 2 is receipt of the advisory body minutes for the Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee, as well as the Planning Commission and the Library Board minutes. Item number 3 is the receipt of a warrant register. Item number 4 is the approval of a new city park event, Safety Fest, which will be coming to the park in June. Approval of a janitorial services agreement with Pacific Coast Building. Those are for the maintenance of our downtown city park restrooms. Item number 6 is the approval of award of a contract to install pedestrian improvements at Niblick and Appaloosa in the amount of $232,000. Item number 7 is approval to purchase additional public safety center surveillance system equipment. That's primarily the equipment for around the building and inside for recording interviews and such. Item number 8 is approval of the acceptance of a tobacco grant program award. Excuse me. And item number 9 is approval of the purchase of extrication equipment for the fire department. That was part of a grant, but we also need authorization to, I think council approved the grant a few meetings ago. Now we need to approve the actual purchase of the equipment. Item number 10 is approval of the application for the California Climate Investments Wildfire Prevention Grant Program, which is a grant that the fire department is seeking. Item 11 is approval of a lease. We heard from Congressman Panetta's office. They will be moving into the train station at 800 Pine Street, and we'll be organizing some sort of a ribbon cutting ceremony in the near future to celebrate having the congressman in our community for access, which we're very grateful for. And of course, the last item was pulled and added to the end of the agenda, which is discussing the Olsen-Chandler specific project.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ty. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start in with the downtown on-street parking program, item M2. What I'd like to see, if you don't mind, is a hand showing of how many people might want to speak. To be able to get through this, then we're going to limit it to 2 minutes. And so if you have something that was said before, just indicate it, basically, if you can. Kind of respect everybody's time if we can, but we'll give you as much time to speak as we can within those 2 minutes. All right, so let's go ahead and start off. I guess, Damien, will you be giving us the report on this?
Yeah, we're gonna, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, it's gonna be a little bit of a symposium of sorts. So we're gonna have various folks presenting this evening. We have Mr. Cornell here that'll talk about the finance aspects of it, can answer council's questions. Of course, we have our parking ambassador, Donna, here. That will also be able to explain the technical aspects of either the system and how it works, or currently where we're set up and where we're going, so that you'll hear a little bit of from everybody again.
To be clear, what exactly is staff asking of council tonight?
You bet. So if everybody recalls, back on our December meeting, 12/20 meeting, the council at that time was requested to take a look at the program. Based upon council's direction, staff brought back various financial projections based upon where the program currently is or where it's not financially. So data indicates right now that based upon the way council structured the funding of the program, that it would be a loan to from the general fund to the parking program to get this program up and running. Originally, council had requested that within 5 years that they want to see the money paid back. To date, those projections aren't being met, so council took definitive action on the 12th, on 12/20 to reprogram in a sense. So what the decision that was made on the 12/20 meeting was to eliminate free parking. Of course, there was 2 hours free parking prior to that. Also part of that action was to start charging from minute one, $2 per hour. All those actions were taken by the council. It was a 3-2 vote at that time to move forward with those changes being implemented on March 1st. Now, with that said, council also directed staff at that meeting to come back to discuss and present options regarding technology, as what we did at our last meeting on 131. That meeting, staff made a presentation regarding the applicable technology that was available to replace our app that's no longer active. As part of that, as in the picture that you can see up on the screen, we have our kiosks. Those kiosks are currently under contract with Flowbird, which is expiring, a maintenance contract. That maintenance contract is about $66,000 a year. And what that does is it extends the warranty on all of these kiosks. So we get them serviced several times a year. If anything breaks or they need to be replaced, they're covered under part of that. And the second part of that is they also will provide us an app as part of that maintenance service agreement. And the way that app is paid for is through the fees, the variable fees that come with parking, whether you use an app, whether you use the kiosk, depends on what the various fees will be, whether you use a credit card or whether you use cash. So that was what we discussed at our last meeting was, does council want to move forward with that maintenance agreement, and do we want to replace the app? That particular meeting ended in a deadlock, 2-2, 2 opposed, 2-4, which left us in essentially the position to where on March 1st, the last action council took, on 12/20, the last action council took was to eliminate free parking and to move forward with increased rates as of March 1st. If there is no action tonight by the council, then what will happen was those rates will take effect on March 1st, and the public will be required to use the kiosks as their sole place to be able to pay for parking based upon council's direction from 12/20. So I think that's a fairly good summary. What we're asking council tonight is what we asked at the last meeting, which is to consider approving the maintenance contract, which would include bringing online a new app, which staff will be able to go into and discuss the various capabilities of that app. All of this with staff's desire to, we've heard from the community how confusing the program can be at times. So that's one of the things that the app would hopefully eliminate. The second part of that ask is for the council to consider some sort of parking program that would support locals with some sort of discounted parking. So we have several options in tonight's report that the council can consider if that's their desire. Keeping in mind that for every concession regarding paid parking that's made by council, obviously that would have an adverse impact on revenue, which was the driving factor for our discussion back on 12/20. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our team to be able to talk about not only the financial aspects of it, but any technical questions that you might have.
Good evening, Mr. Hammond and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Based on the feedback that we received in January 23, there was a list of about 6 different bullet points, and we wanted kind of further actions or further clarification on. I kind of listed them here. I'm going to kind of go through each one of them individually. So just real quick on the parking revenues, just the biggest caveat and the biggest challenges that we have as far as parking revenue is we don't know a lot of information. We don't know the frequency of when someone parks for 1 minute. We don't know how that differs for someone that parks for 1 hour and 59 minutes. And so that's kind of really the biggest challenge we have when we're changing or recommending changing rates and hours of operations and the like, is we really don't know how this is going to change human behavior. And so that's kind of the biggest factor. That's kind of the unknown. But if we were to assume that the same number of transactions happened last year as this is going to happen again this year, and the average session is right around 90 minutes, we think that at $2 an hour, the parking revenue will be fiscally self-sustaining. And what's not on this graph right now, the current, when it says current right there, that's the 2 hours free parking at $1 an hour thereafter. If we were to just charge $1 an hour based on the December 20th revenue projections, that still doesn't seem to make money, at least provide it to be self-sufficient within a short period of time. One of the other actions that was being asked from council was how to handle some of these transaction fees, and if there's a transaction fee that should be passed down to individual users and the like. So what I have here is a series of 3 slides, and they're kind of the different avenues in order to pay for parking with what we're proposing. So the first one is the kiosks, right? You can either pay with cash. So if you're paying for $1 or for an hour's worth of parking, that's $2 that the customers can be paying. So, I don't know if this is a price to you or not, but the bank does charge us for every single piece of currency that they have to deposit. So it's 2 cents. It's not terrible, but at the end of the day, even if we're a cash transaction, we're looking at a net city revenue about $1.98. If we were to use same methodology, but to use a credit card or a debit card, this is when the transaction fees start to pick up. So the merchant fee is a flat 30 cents per transaction, doesn't matter the dollar amount. In addition to that, there's a 3% variable fee. So at $2 an hour, that variable fee would be about 6 cents. Because we're using the kiosk where we don't have an application fee, so that's actually 0. Again, we're going to eventually get money into the bank, but in this case, it's a little less than a penny. But at the end of the day, the patron pays $2 to pay for that 1 hour park, and the city will net about $1.64. So again, kind of going through these scenarios here, this is using the app or the pay by text option. Again, using a credit card, you would see fees, the floor fee with income of 25 cents per transaction. So that's kind of the question that we have in front of council. Do we want the patron to pay $2 and the city nets $1.39? Or would it be appropriate to pass on that 25 cents convenience fee transaction fee to the patron? In that case, their parking fee would be $2.25, and we would net something a little bit similar to what we would if a patron uses the kiosk. And then lastly is the locals discounted program. This is the theory or the idea of providing residences with either 5 or 10 hours of free parking. Obviously, we're not going to receive any revenues for that, but there is a 5 cents transaction fee for all those times that incurs. And so the city would be subsidizing that piece about 5 cents a transaction. And so if we kind of combine those kind of 3 layers on top of each other, on the left-hand side, it's kind of the total patron costs during a transaction and what the true net costs or the net revenue to the city would be. Again, another caveat is we don't know how many transactions are going to be cash kiosks. We don't know how many transactions are going to be credit card, debit card kiosks, and the like. So right now we're just doing our best assumptions and our best guesses. But when we kind of break that down per transaction fee, we know that at a $2 an hour rate, we'll be making more money than the transactions cost. But again, if we try to estimate this out for an annualized cost, we're thinking that the Flowbird contract in of itself is going to be around $272,000 a year. Again, that includes the $60,000 of just the baseline services, the maintenance, the site visits, and the like. But the next 3 or the 4 series there are good estimated guesses on the number of transactions that we could potentially see. So that's where the cost comes in. The 25 cents transaction fees for the mobile app and the pay by text, again, we estimated the number of uses there, and that would be the potential costs of passing through to the customers, about $64,000 a year. That ends my portion of the presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Donna to kind of dive into the other questions that council had from January 31st. Thank you.
Mr. Cornell and council, just to interject too, and maybe Mr. Cornell can address this. I had a chance to meet with the chamber last week to discuss some of this. And one of the questions that's recurring that comes up is, what about citation revenue? And how does that impact the fund? So for sure, there is a significant amount of citations being issued with our current structure, which does generate citation revenue. I think it's fair to point out that the whole, one of the big impetus behind this conversation is the many complaints that we get from the community about the $50 fee if you get a citation. A lot of that is caused by confusion. So our goal with part of this is to reduce confusion, thus ultimately reducing the amount of, if in a perfect, utopian parking situation, we wouldn't have any revenue coming from citations because the system would work and we would go that way. So it's as part of these projections, we typically don't talk about citation fees because they're so variable depending on how well the community does their job following the rules, how well the parking staff does. But in the end, there is revenue that comes in from that. But what we don't know as it relates to what we're proposing tonight is how those impacts will impact beneficially or not any revenue that would come in from citations. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear in an effort to be as transparent as we can with the community regarding that question regarding citations.
May I? Just to
Strong,
clarify that, do we not know how much revenue we've gotten from citations in, say, the past year?
We do. We have that number.
But can we, that would be a starting figure for to just have some understanding.
If you give me 5 minutes, I can pull that data up, but it was presented on the December 20th of 2022 meeting. We actually had all three different revenue sources, the paid parking program, the employee permitted parking program, and the citations, and kind of showing the trends over the last 3 years of those three revenue sources. If you give me a couple minutes, I can pull that slide up for you.
And that presentation is included with your agenda packets. We included all the presentations from the past in case anybody wants to see those again. But Mr. Cornell will be able to pull that information up and give you specifics.
Thank you.
Welcome, Donna.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to present tonight. So I just wanted to briefly go over the questions that were brought up last time. There's been a lot of mention about timed parking versus paid parking. This information on the slide was actually taken from our 2018 parking action plan that council adopted. We discussed timed parking extensively before we started the paid parking program. The really key points here is that if you have a timed parking program, there is no revenue source. So generally, most cities fund the timed parking based on citations. Just as a parking industry standard, people try and beat that clock. So if you set your parking limit at 2 hours, you're going to issue a lot of citations at 2 hours and 15 minutes because they have to move. So that is one of the biggest downfalls. Our business community did not want time parking when we implemented the program for that reason. If we set a 2-hour time limit, someone that wants to come, eat a meal, shop, maybe go to a winery, will have to do that within 2 hours or park outside of the parking boundaries. So right now, outside of the parking boundaries is all those free spaces, those 1,100 or so spaces that we mentioned at the last presentation, but they wouldn't be able to park within the core area. This timed parking will also not provide any funding for any improvements, such as a parking garage. I know council is interested in funding for that. We wouldn't be able to do that or have the program be self-sustaining. So it would definitely be a subsidized program for timed parking. We would need some additional municipal code updates. And most cities that have timed parking will need to have alternative parking locations. We do have a very limited off-street parking supply in our parking lots. We would need directional signage to direct people to that if they wanted to park longer than the set time frame, and then have those options of where they would be able to park. So a lot of cities have time parking in addition to paid parking. Use San Luis Obispo for that example. They have 60 minutes, 2 hours, 5 hours. I'm sorry, I don't know all of their time frames, but they have paid parking. So you pay for that 2 hours, but then you must move before the 2 hours is up. So most cities have hybrids like that. And then the paid parking, what we're currently working on, as the city manager explained, we want this program to be fiscally self-sustaining, hence the vote in December. The paid parking does allow people to stay if they are planning on staying for a longer period of time, the paid to stay model.
Donna, I'd like to interject again here. So on the timed parking too, council, as part of, I don't know if the audience was able to see that or not, but we did want to make it available to the public. As part of an addendum that that staff put out this afternoon, there's 2 parking studies that are attached to that. One is a 2002 Kimley Horn parking study, and the other is a 2008 a parking design group study that's there. And in the 2008 study, you'll be able to see a whole section on timed parking and the benefits and the drawbacks of that, in case the community or the council is interested. I was also able to look back through the archives while trying to find these studies and found a memo to the then city manager, which I'm happy to share with anybody on the website or anybody that requests it, that actually at the time they studied paid parking, that showed that about 2/3 of that program would be able to be recouped through citations. But in $2,008, it'd be about a $350,000 program, 2/3 of that being recovered through citation revenue, but it would still operate at about $115,000 a year loss. So even with a paid parking program, typically the costs exceed the revenue to make the program fiscally neutral. So it's just a point worth noting to augment the time parking conversation.
Thank you. So a question came up about parklets and what is the cost of parklets. I did some background research when we were discussing parklets when they were still in our downtown. The city manager did an excellent presentation, if anyone wants to look historically, about what the cost of a parking space is, separate from the revenue that a parking space generates. So that is in our historical data. But I calculated the value of a parking space on the revenue we would generate based on the $2 per hour. We have that 85% targeted occupancy rate. And then we will always have some citation revenue. As the city manager stated, we really would love to have 100% compliance. That's why we're parking ambassadors. We want to encourage visitation to our downtown rather than penalize it. So, but our average compliance rate right now, based on historical data, is about 13%. So with those calculations, it comes out to about $9,300 per space annually. It would be lost revenue if we blocked off a parking space. This is just a back overview on the local discount program. We showed this slide in January. This was staff recommendation to offer our locals a 5-hour free per month parking session so that they can utilize our downtown. You know, council had brought up that they potentially might want to change that to 10 hours, but they would be able to use it by an online application verification process, and then they would have a unique code that can be used at the pay stations or by the app. The council asked about comparisons for 5 or 10 hours. As Mr. Cornell brought forward, we cannot predict people's behaviors, and since we don't have a locals program now, we don't have any historical data on how many people would participate. We do understand that not all almost 12,000 households would participate, but this would be the comparison for 5 versus 10 if we went on the assumption that every single household participated and used those full amounts. We did look up citation data because that is the only data that we have that includes zip code or location information based on DMV data. So based on citation data, we estimate about 136,000 local transactions occurred during fiscal year 2021-22. And so with that, we would estimate what we presented at the last council meeting, that the revenue impact would be about $278,000. We also, based on last month's discussion, we came up with some additional options. Last month, we discussed the merchant validation program where merchants can purchase in bulk. They would be able to then subsidize visitors who are visiting their business, be able to offer discounted, or they would be free for their customers, but they would be able to purchase them in bulk at a 50% rate. And we can also offer that same option for our locals. So that is our second option that we're offering, is if our locals wanted to purchase in bulk, it would basically come out to $1 an hour rather than $2 an hour if they wanted to pre-purchase in bulk. So we are offering that option as well. The question came up about senior permit utilization. We had our data team look up how much utilization. We observed about 11, almost 12 per day using this, which only amounts to about 1.3% of the total parking spaces. The council discussed limits on how many we sell. Last year we had a 500 limit and we sold 413, so we did not hit that 500 limit. I will say, as the one that's handling the bulk of these applications, is a significant amount of staff time for these senior applications. So my job in the months of March and April last year were primarily focused on seniors applications. So based on the usage and the amount of staff time, we're not recommending any changes. This was the terms and conditions that you adopted last year, just for reference. But like I said, we wouldn't recommend any changes to it. We have had a lot of phone calls already with the senior community that really wants these applications. They're very excited that we are pushing them out March 1st. So we'll have those applications for all of our seniors available then. I just wanted to go over some of the myths because it seems like there has been a lot of discussion about parking recently. And so some of these come up really often. People often say there's no way for free parking, or they want to visit the library and there's nowhere to park. There are just over 1,100 free parking spaces in the downtown. I do have a map I can show if council wants to see it. We've shown it at the last 2 meetings as well. And there are 117 spaces just here in this parking lot in the City Hall lot. Those are all free spaces for anyone, first come, first serve. So if you're wanting to go to the library, that would be where you would park. A lot of feedback about not enough disabled parking. Any paid parking location in the state is the state of California law that vehicles with disabled placards are authorized to park in any paid or timed parking space without paying or time limits. And so yes, they can park in the disabled parking spaces marked and not pay, but you can also park in any of the paid parking spaces. A lot of people are saying that they have to pay for parking or they have to walk to the kiosk for a quick errand. We do have 35 30-minute parking spaces. They're located at the end of most block faces. They do not require payment. We actually increased the number of 30-minute spaces in the fall. And then with the new Flowbird app, we're also excited to have a 10-minute feature that'll be on the app and the pay stations, where if you were just going to run in for 10 minutes, or if council adopted the merchant validation program and someone wanted to go in and get a merchant validation code from their business, they'd have 10 minutes to be able to do that and just run in. I will caution people with the 10 minutes. I experience a lot of time. People say I was only there for 5 minutes, and it turns out that 5 minutes means a different thing in everyone's mind. And so be really careful with that 10 minutes. We definitely don't want to be writing parking tickets for those things, but it is going to be a feature that's available. And then, like I said, I've been taking a lot of calls on the senior permits. People are really concerned that that program would be canceled or changed in some way, and we're not recommending any changes to that. So just back to our recommendations, we're asking for the same thing we asked in January, to approve the contract with Flowbird, approve a 12-month locals program, and approve the 12-month merchant validation program. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Council, questions of staff? Councilman Gregory.
Could you go back to the, where it talks about the app on how much time, like the 5-minute reset or 10-minute reset?
Oh, sure. So I actually had that on the last presentation slide. The last in January. You're just wanting to know about the 10-minute button?
So my question is, can we make that a 60-minute button?
That is not we would have to check with the programmer to find out if we can do that.
Let me interject right there. So I was able to reach out to the programmers through Dixon, who is also helping us with Flowbird, and they said that they would be able to reprogram that to 60 minutes or any time frame that council chose.
So if 10 minutes could be extended to 1 hour, it could be extended to 2 hours. It's just a program change.
It's a program change.
Thank you.
Councilman Gregory. You're going to have to keep it quiet, guys. All right, so Strong, do you have anything?
I'm anxious.
Okay.
I'm anxious to hear more about that, because it seems like that is a way to still give them free parking.
Again, the staff is being real flexible. This isn't a staff-driven decision. We were asked to bring council information regarding the economics of what's going on with the program, whether it was sustainable in its current condition to meet goals and objectives to be cost neutral by year 5 with paying back. The short answer to that is no, and it's in its previous state, it will not do that. If council wants it to do that, then you're going to have to make changes. The recommended changes, which council passed on 12/20, was to eliminate free parking and to increase the amount. And based upon our assumptions and estimates, that will bring the program into the black. Any type of adjustments from there, as Mr. Cornell pointed out, are guesswork at this point. We can give you our best guess as to what would happen, but until we understand people's parking habits within those first 2 hours that we've been giving away, we don't know in hour 1 if people stay for 1 minute or for 2 hours or 1 hour and 59 minutes. And that is crucial information. What we based most of these assumptions on are data from outside agencies. So City of San Luis Obispo, the average time is 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we built projections based upon the best available data that we had.
Okay, so then so my turn to ask questions, right?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to go back beyond January meeting. Let's go back to the origin of this entire thing. The origin of this entire thing was to try to get the employees to not take up the spaces in front of their businesses or their competitors' businesses. Get the employees out of this area immediately. That was the intent. It seems that now the intent is to make money, which was not our original intent, and that concerns me. So I would like to know, isn't there a method that isn't so involved with revenue that still accomplishes the purpose of getting the employees to not park and take up the customers' parking spaces?
Yeah, Mr. Strong, I think that's a fair question. And I would push back a little bit in the sense that council made it very clear to staff and the community at the time that revenue was a factor because they wanted the program to be self-sustaining. And the only way to make the program self-sustaining is through revenue. And you gave us a 5-year timeline to be able to achieve that. And I would also say that this looking through the archives, parking goes back to 1998. And many of the same people that are here today were talking about parking and how bad it was in 1998, which drove the $200,000 study we did in 2002 and approximately another $100,000 study that we did in 2008 and culminated with the city council adopting the political will to institute a paid parking program after many attempts by Main Street, the Chamber, and other groups to try and control employee parking, which never occurred. So ultimately, the community came together after many attempts. There was a lot of great things that came out of that 2017, 2018 era, including companies like Glen Air stepping up, moving their employees, the Chamber and Main Street Association coming together to try and do things. It didn't work. So council ultimately made the decision, we have to take a step. We want to create a parking program, and we want that program to be self-sustaining. And we're going to give you 5 years to figure it out. Come back to us regularly with updates so we can make changes and adjustments as needed. And that's what we've carried out.
Okay, so now when we talk revenue neutral, though, are we talking revenue to build the parking garage?
No.
Or are we just talking revenue to maintain the equipment?
No, what we presented to you today, again, because we can't give you a hard answer on the revenue that this program is going to generate because we don't have that first 2 hours of data. So what we've given you is a wide margin where we feel comfortable that this is going to work. Now, again, whatever concessions council makes are going to impact the revenue. If you make concessions with regard to free parking or whatever else, that will negatively impact revenue. To what degree, we'll have to find out. And that's the reason why you'll notice in the staff reports, this is categorized as a pilot program. So that way we can keep council. One thing council made clear through this whole process, going back to 2018, is you're in charge. You want to make the rules, and you want, because each of you represent the community and hear the voices. And so that's the reason all of these things are being brought back with regularity and quite discomfort at times, because it is a very emotional issue. It can affect the pocketbook. There's a lot of repercussions from instituting this, but in the end, this was all driven by the community requesting that we keep the employees out, we increase turnover to that 85 percentile, because what that ultimately means, and anybody can look on this online through universities that specialize in parking, that 85 percentile I shouldn't use the word guarantee, but assures or enhances your opportunity to create a healthy business environment downtown, because as we noted, each of these spaces has a value assigned to it, not only in parking revenue, as you pointed out, but more importantly, as spaces turn over, that means people are frequenting businesses, spending money, and increasing revenue not only for the businesses, but also increasing tax revenue for the community, which is ultimately, in this case, another point that council wanted, was any of the money from the parking program revenue to be reinvested into downtown, whether that means a parking structure at some point, whether it means new benches, whether it means improved lighting, or repaving parking lots. All of that was what council had directed us in 2018 when this parking program was initially brought forward.
Or providing something perhaps that you haven't mentioned yet, and that would be some type of a shuttle or public transportation system in the downtown area?
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Strong. That's not part of our action items tonight. That wasn't agendized, but I can tell you that I've reached out to RTA. They provide a shuttle down in Avila Beach, and I've been working with Mr. Cornell to see what bringing a shuttle would cost, and that kind of revenue would certainly be an option for council to consider if they want to subsidize free parking or transportation downtown as well through a trolley system.
Yeah, and sometimes I don't think subsidizing free parking is really the thing. We're being asked to be babysitters for people who aren't behaving. If they behaved the way we've been asking them to do for 20 years, we wouldn't need any of this.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, then we'll go ahead and start the public comment. If you'd like to kind of make a line so we can continue. Remember, we're going to go for 2 minutes here, and the clerk will hold you to that and let you know when to summarize. So please go ahead and line up and state your name at the podium, please.
Do it now. Hello, my name is David Brown.
Dave Brown.
Retired system engineer from aerospace. Been living here 3 years. I've enjoyed the community. It's been told it's very similar to Healdsburg in that charm. So I like about that. I heard from the audience here that you don't know exactly what's going on the street level as far as people and things. I can tell you for a fact, I frequent a lot of these restaurants and I talk to a lot of locals. Okay, so I'm getting to know the owners of a lot of these businesses. I spend about 10 hours, usually, if not more, per week. Okay, and so when I immediately saw that 5-hour free per month, I was laughing so hard. I also saw another article from the general store saying they mentioned to the council they were deeply concerned about the ramifications to business revenue because people are going to be freaked out about the prices. The 200% increase was extreme. I think so. And then the 2-hour going away completely, I have reservations on that a little bit too. So it's more of so I started thinking, okay, what's the big picture? What's the bottom line? I hear we need revenues, we need sustaining, we need to have some improvements. I even would like more officers on the team too. So I thought, what seems to be the smart solution? And I started thinking, maybe some kind of decal system, which is kind of similar to what she brought up a little bit, some of the options, where maybe you do ask the residents for maybe $10 a month, some number that's reasonable, and then maybe they get unlimited parking or maybe something else, but something that you get a huge revenue stream from that, just right off the bat from all the residents. If they don't want to comply, fine. They'll just pay whatever that you guys decide. But if the residents do sign up, they have the option to save quite a bit of money, and at the same time, it's not impacting the businesses. And I just thought, these businesses here, if they, like that general store letter that went out, if they were bold enough to write you guys and explain that it would be a huge impact, people wouldn't, my wife likes to go and shop and she'll spend 2 or 3 hours. And the people start to realize that doing stuff like that's going to cost them $10 or $11 or something like that for 3 or 4 hours of shopping just to walk around. They may not be encouraged to do it as often. And a lot of locals spend a lot of money here. So that's why I'm actually here. That's kind of irritating.
There you go. Okay.
But anyway, my point is be receptive to some kind of a decal system or something like that. And then you get around the app stuff and there's other concerns like that. And then also revisit the hours that are free. Maybe there's some middle ground here. You don't have to go to a 200% increase. And I did get the actual numbers on the costs. It was $11,800 per month on paid parking revenues. It was $30,000 per month ongoing expenses. And it was $28,500 a month in parking ticket revenue. So there's about a roughly $10,000 net increase, or net, it's not really profit, but it's money that's there. So the increase in money that's being proposed is a good thing, but maybe there's something.
So Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Okay.
We need to move on to the next speaker.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening,
No,
everybody.
we're not gonna have any of
John
that tonight,
Almaguer,
guys.
Palomino Lane, Paso Robles, California. I wanted to say if the parking program were to go away, it wouldn't bother me. One thing I wanted to point out was on your website, there's a historical data sheet, and it shows that the time period 9 to 12 is very, the occupancy rate on the core, I averaged it out, was 31%. And on the downtown as a whole was 45%. So that's pretty low. If the target is 85%, why are those hours included as part of the parking program? And I think I've read somewhere that 11 o'clock is where they start getting busy downtown. So if they eliminated 9 to 11 from the parking program, I think that would be kind of helpful. Also, let's see, on the senior parking pass, it didn't say the age, but I think I remember reading it was 65 years of age. But I couldn't find anywhere 65 years as of what date. Would that be April 1st or March 1st? Or
We can get your clarification on that.
And then that 60-minute delay button sounds pretty good. And I think handing out citations is very negative for the city, especially people coming into the city. They had a very nice presentation on the travel Paso, and I don't know if they get data from the people that come into town and end up getting citations, but I'd be curious to know, how that.
We've heard from them too.
Yeah. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening, John Roush, President of Park Cinemas, 1100 Pine Street, Paso. So you don't think I'm crying wolf as I go through this. This kiosk program started in August of 2019. Between August of 2019 and December of 2019, the Park Cinemas lost 10% of its business. In correlation, the Galaxy Cinemas in the Atascadero went up basically the same amount as we lost. Now our customers just decided they're not going to put up with this. Now you intend to make it not only more expensive, but more complicated. You said this was not about making money. Please do not go back on your word. Do not turn your backs on our residents. Every business in this town should be very concerned. These proposed changes are going to drive away our everyday customers, lead to competition being built elsewhere, either outside the city, outside downtown or in other cities, and our customers are going to go there. Eventually, this will lead to the deterioration of our prosperous downtown. Although we have supported all the businesses, I'm so in support of every business being successful, I have to be a little selfish. If this theater goes away, you will lose somewhere between 150,000 and 200,000 customers that come to our downtown, and an entertainment venue that adds quality of life to all the residents. I'm absolutely positive Atascadero will be very happy. If it is truly not about making money, there is a better way to keep our friendly rural town friendly and rural. I urge you to keep the program as it is until we can find that way.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bella Yaguda. I'm a manager at General Store Paso Robles here downtown. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Jillian Waters, Jolie Yaguda, and Aaron Stuck, the ownership at General Store. We wanted to share our strong support for a replacement parking app. We also believe that at least 1 hour, but ideally 2 hours, of free parking should be continued to be offered to our local guests. Jillian, Aaron, and my mom have run General Store Paso Robles for 10 years this May, and we can say that we would not have made it through these past years without the dedicated, generous support of our locals. We rely on local traffic for a very significant portion of our business. Having a dynamic retail and dining scene in downtown Paso Robles is not something that should be taken for granted. Competing with online retailers and the bigger box stores is already a massive challenge. Midweek, between tourist seasons, and most critically during the holidays, it is our local clients that keep us afloat. My mom was a member of the parking committee when it originally looked at paid parking, a position she took on because she and her partners felt so strongly that we needed to support the ability of our customers to access our businesses. We needed a solution that would keep employees from taking all the best parking spaces, most convenient parking spaces, and easy places for them to park with a permit. We can all agree that in a perfect world, employees would see the benefit and park away from storefronts, but the reality is some incentives were needed. It was a bumpy start, but it worked, and our customers installed the app that made it as easy as pressing a button to park, run into our shop, and go about their day. If solutions are under consideration that will explore doing away with the first 2 hours free, we ask that the city perhaps not enforce these new parking initiatives until more planning, conversations, and research can be done to find a win-win solution for all. And at the very least, a replacement app must be approved to prevent backsliding into confusion and frustration for our customers, business owners, and employees alike. The goal of the parking program is to support businesses downtown. We'd ask that the City Council reconsider any action that backtracks on solid decisions like the app and the 2 hours free. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Joel Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. Thanks for allowing me the moment to speak tonight for you. I sent you a letter which you all read, hopefully, and so I won't recap that. It basically, we authored the letter with the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, with Travel Paso, and with our association. Our basic points are we need to keep an ease of use for our residents. The updated app is a must. We also are strongly in favor of some sort of free parking, whether that be 1 hour or 2 hours free parking. We have to keep that for the locals who live here. And then last but not least, keeping the employee parking program and perhaps even emboldening that and expanding the employee parking program because so many of the employees live and work downtown Paso Robles. So thank you for your time. We are supportive of a parking program in order to keep downtown vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
My name is David Boulier. I'm a resident of Paso Robles. Last Friday and Saturday, I spent about 10 hours going into almost every business downtown around the paid parking and just getting their opinion and their thoughts. All the emergents, except for 2 that I spoke with, are against the paid parking. That's almost everyone I went into were against it. But many want a system to keep the employees from parking downtown. They're telling me that they're losing business, and with the 2 free hours taken away, they'll be losing even more. And I'll use myself as a good example. I go downtown almost every morning. I go to the coffee shop. The coffee is $5. I'm also on the downtown design committee, so I got to walk around downtown. If I see like a broken wine barrel or something, I report it, and we replace it. So I'm downtown for about 1 hour and 15 to an hour and a half. So my $5 cup of coffee is now going to cost me $9 a day. So that's going to force me to go to Starbucks and maybe not even volunteer my own time to walk around downtown to try and keep Paso Robles looking good. I have a lot of ideas. Shuttle program was one of them. Then we got the fairgrounds. If someone's going to spend a lot of time downtown, employees can have a shuttle bringing them downtown and then back, just have them continuously going around. I got a lot of ideas. It's not a lot of time to talk about it, but I can send you an email. I really like the time parking. It seemed to work well in a lot of areas in San Francisco, where I moved here from, well, Marin County. And anyways, that's my
thank you, David.
Thought. Thanks.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Stacy Jacob, Executive Director for Travel Paso. As Joel Peterson mentioned, we co-authored a letter that was sent to you on behalf of the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, and Travel Paso. All in here noting that we are in favor of a downtown parking program. With the goals of the program, though, we do believe should be refocused with input from your stakeholders. Tonight, we're asking you to lead and direct staff to work with stakeholders to find out what's working and what needs to be improved upon. I specifically wanted to lean into Councilmember Strong's comments on revenue. What are the goals of this program? As we go back to the original focus, it was about keeping the circulation going with the downtown community and finding appropriate parking for our employees. How does this program actually need to make money? If we consider the program to be a core function of the quality of life in Paso Robles and supporting the greater ecosystem of our community, perhaps this opens up options for consideration. With the current 1% increase in TOT adding to the general fund, perhaps there are resources that can allow the program to be a loss leader or revenue neutral. It was our understanding that this increase was passed with a goal to increase the quality of life experiences for our residents, and we believe having an easy, accessible downtown area speaks to that goal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stacy.
Monty Jones, resident business owner. I'm appreciative that you guys started this discussion at a decent hour, unlike on the 20th when it started at 10 o'clock. On the 20th, there was not a single comment in favor of the city plan to end free parking and double the rate. I doubt there's a single person here in support of the idea either. So that begs the question, then what are we doing? Does every program in government need to be revenue positive? I would argue no. I mean, City Manager Ty, you said, I don't know, 15 times when it was about the revenue. You don't know. We don't know if this program will even become revenue neutral as the goal is. On the 20th, the myth, I'm glad you left it up. There are no free parking options downtown, but that is actually correct. There are none. Mr. Gregory, you talked on the 20th about when you come to the square, you and your wife park in a free spot, walk to the square. In a year, when everyone does that, in 1 year, those businesses that are now in the free zones, those residents, they're going to come demanding to get paid parking to move people along. This whole program needs to be scrapped in favor of some sort of time parking. Yeah, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Smith. I'm here representing one of my businesses, Amsterdam Coffee House downtown. The proposed changes in the elimination of 2 hours free parking and increase of per hour rate would be detrimental for our downtown coffee shop. Coffee is a convenience. Out of the 4 coffee shops downtown, our coffee shop is the only one that would be affected by this change. If the 2 hours free is eliminated and the price increases to $2, that would absolutely eliminate any convenience of any customer to come to our business. Pricing is already at an all-time high for consumers with the cost increase of supplies in every way. This already has driven a standard latte to nearly $7. Adding $2 just to park increases that to $9. Our drip coffee is $3. Paying to park to get that drip coffee would literally double the price. Any common sense customer would likely choose to go to any of the other 3 in which you do not have to pay for parking. This would ruin the opportunity to continue to stay in business as a downtown coffee shop that has been here since 2009. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Rauschkloth, and I'm one of the co-owners of Park Cinemas. My father spoke regarding of what it will do to our business, but I want to talk to you about talking with our guests and our customers. Information I get on a daily basis. Locals are choosing to go elsewhere to avoid having to pay for parking or not having the time to enjoy their downtown. They're having to choose where they go. They do not have enough time to go to a movie and dinner. They do not have enough time to go to the library and to the park. They do not have enough time for coffee and to go shopping. It is limiting the ability, so they're choosing to go somewhere else. You will see that within different information regarding revenue for outside of the downtown area, including going to Tascadero and other locations. Locals and visitors do not understand the system and complain of limited signage and instruction. People are consistently getting stuck at the kiosks, which is creating frustrated patrons, time to get a parking ticket, and the inability to add time to a session if they do not set it up correctly in the beginning. Locals and visitors are verbally abusive. Employees are consistently being yelled at because the system is not clear and easy. Arriving late to their movie or to their reservation for dinner, and getting a parking ticket because they chose to patronize an establishment downtown. Customers are blaming us for the negative experience and expect us to fix a problem we have no control over. You do. We should not have to continuously deal with these behaviors based on your decisions. We should not have to. We consistently apologize and suggest contacting the city, but we are often told people won't do it because they're afraid of the repercussions of what may happen from other city members to them professionally and personally. Please consider other options, especially if you want us to be successful downtown.
Ditto. Jan Hopp, I live at 1940 San Marcos Road, Paso Robles, California. And let's go back to the beginning when we were promised that this project was going to make money for our town and for us. I think we were deceived, misled, bamboozled, sold a bill of goods. And I'm angry. I'm upset, annoyed, displeased, irritated, furious, frustrated, and disturbed over what's happening with the parking situation. Tonight we heard about the safety in City Park. You're going to have an event there in June. Where are the people going to park? And are they going to pay for parking? What about the concerts in the park? The Honey Festival, the Holiday House for the kids, the playground for the kids. Are we going to have to pay for our kids to play in the playground and go to movies? Okay, what about the trading day, free pancake breakfast, pajama party movie night? I was raised in the movie theater. I escaped there every weekend when I was a kid, and when we got this wonderful movie theater downtown, I just absolutely love it. And if that goes away, who knows what's going to happen to this town? So, movie night, taste of downtown. I think our solution is probably maybe parking lot for the employees, maybe a shuttle, maybe stacking cars. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jan.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Alicia Call. I've lived here in San Luis County for over 2 decades, in Paso Robles for nearly 15 years, and I've had the pleasure of working at various downtown establishments. One of my first jobs was at Cafe Vio, working for the McCarthy family, And I now work at several other downtown businesses, each owned by families that I consider my friends. And that's why I'm here tonight to speak as a representative, as the heart of downtown, as an employee, as a longtime patron, and as an advocate for those friends and families who not only keep the shop windows beautiful, but also for those families who like to stroll the sidewalks and enjoy the park and library with their children. And although I personally have a lot to say about the topic, I think it would be most impactful to share some of the opinions of the community members that I gathered from everybody's favorite online forum Nextdoor. One Roblin said, "I stopped going downtown Paso when they started charging for parking. But do they miss me? Probably not. They have tourists who take my place." Another stated, "I really agree. When you start dreading to go shopping downtown, then you stop shopping downtown and the internet becomes more friendly. Amazon is looking better and better. If they take the 2 hours free away, I will not be going to eat in Paso any longer. It just seems like a screw locals situation. I'm boycotting downtown," another one said. "I'm boycotting downtown businesses and taking my money and tips to Templeton and Atascadero. I've communicated this to the PR City Council and to restaurants where I typically spend $500 per month in food and tips." And lastly, one community member shared, "I avoid downtown PR like the plague simply because of the parking hassles. Too bad. I used to enjoy the park and surrounding shops. I used to be kicked back." I only have a few seconds here, but please, I urge you, council members, listen to our voice. We really want to enjoy the park and patronize our businesses. Please don't put this burden at the feet of the shop owners of restaurateurs. Please consider like a downtown discounted for locals. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ammar Bouaita. I am the owner of Al Yogurt. And I see this plan is very bad for my business, and I think for all similar businesses. 60% of our customers are local, and the message is just for local, don't come to the downtown. The average spending for a customer at my shop is $5, and now we're asking them to pay $2 for the parking. I think this will lead me to close the shop and be out of business. If your goal is to generate more money for the city, I would be happy to pay $2,000 a year for my business license. And I bet many business owners would be very happy to do that and just keep the 2 hour free. Thank you.
Good evening. This is my name, An Nugent. I'm the owner of the Paso Nail and Spa. I never come to the city council meeting like this before, but when they try to take 2 hours away, something like that, and I've been in downtown for 8 years already, and have a lot. I do a good job and have a lot of regular customers. They've been with us for a long time. And now, I told them later on, you don't have no fee 2 hours no more. And I have a lot of customers. They say, "I'm sorry, I love you a lot, but because I don't have a lot of money, I don't want to pay $4 more for my nails every 2 weeks like that, because they have a lot of nail shop around here, you know. That's why I come here and to tell your guys to know about, understand about that. And my employee, I have a couple of employees, but they never park on the street no more. After you have the program, pay the program, and they park in the permit parking. And I know I work the cross street to the clean air company. They have 50 people, but after that they don't park in the street no more, and they park in the permit parking too. That's why I just come here to thank you for understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ubersax, and I represent 2 businesses downtown. One is a Earth Tones Gifts and Gallery, which relies on shopping. Locals are a tremendous part. At least 55% of our ongoing profits for the last 15 years have been for that population. I hear daily, such as the Nextdoor discussion, how disruptive this program suggestion that was approved is, that they say this is one more reason not to go downtown and one more reason not to avail themselves of the additional places such as dining and tasting room establishments, visit the park, go visit the the chamber, see what's new. But from a services standpoint, like the previous speaker, it's onerous on us because the average visit is 1 hour and 20 minutes for just to go in and receive the services of massage therapy or take a yoga class. My clients will be irritated. I would probably be taking advantage of some type of a program where I can offset their fees, but it means additional costs for me and additional reduced recovery for them to go enjoy a coffee, a tea, or something where they can continue to relax and enjoy the downtown. I've spoke about this since 2000 and whatever. I've been writing letters, and you've seen me before. My remarks, my comments were on for the December 20th, which I ask you to revisit. You have the choice to cancel that. You do not have to follow through, and it's on you. It was written on that, and I encourage you to consider that. If you don't consider that, please continue to consider all the requests to continue with the 2-hour free parking. It is something I can explain to anyone coming in, and I can encourage them to not only shop or do the services or go to my neighbor and enjoy something. That's doable, and we heard from the city manager that it is something that could be programmed. Finally, if you do adopt this new program, try it out. We don't know if that app is going to be more problematic than the last one, and make it friendly, because it hasn't been friendly, and that's my comment. I think that this needs, I walked in past the sign and said, thank you for shopping and supporting downtown. Do we only mean that for the nighttime when nobody can see it, or do we mean that all the time for all our guests and for our locals? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Werner. I'm a Paso Robles resident. I've always been supportive of the businesses in Paso Robles. I was on the chamber board for more than a decade, so I really like to see the businesses thrive in Paso Robles. I want to remind people what it was like to park in Paso downtown before we started the paid parking program. I took great interest in it. I would ride down on my bike a couple of times, different times during the day before the program was put in place, and then after the program was put in place, and it was a huge difference. So it does work. I do, and I understand we need to be, fiscally neutral on this thing to make it work properly, but I think totally eliminating the 2-hour free parking is a little bit of a too big of a jump. I like the idea of the 5 hours for the residents to have free parking, and I really like the idea of the 1 hour button on the app to allow people to, do something within an hour, and because there's a lot you can do during an hour downtown. But I would encourage you to move forward more gradually than is kind of been discussed, and not totally eliminate the free parking for residents and allow the 1 hour button. And the new app, I looked online and it gets good reviews. The other app was marginal. And so I hope that the new app works a lot better than the old one. And I thank you all for being here tonight and taking interest in making our downtown vital. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Good evening. My name is Tony. I represent the Alchemist Garden in downtown Paso. The paid parking program was established before we really got our place open. But I've had a lot of time working in our downtown community. I spent a lot of years with Donovan and Troy, Fish Gaucho, 1122, little time with Pappy McGregor's. I have seen how the parking program had been from when Gaucho first opened in 14 to what it's evolved to now. And a lot of what I'm tending to hear right now is that our locals are frustrated with the principle of what's going on. I think the hike is a bit excessive for as quick as it's happened, but the way that it's gone about, there's not a lot of transparent information, and we haven't seen more than it seems one specific program with Flowbird, and there has to be more out there. During a small business meeting we held with some of the local owners, one of the topics that came up was, why has no one reached out to the software department at Cal Poly to speak on maybe having something developed that we could utilize ourselves? Simple things like the absorption of the fees the city's taking right now, the 30 cents per swipe. If that's something that could be reined back in, those are things that could be utilized, and possibly some transparency on how, when this does become revenue positive, I think the bigger culprit here is that we don't have enough parking spaces downtown to accommodate all of the tourists, all of the locals, and all of the employees. My business alone sits close to 50 people. We talk to our staff. We ask them not to take up those spaces because they are for our patrons. But the amount of friends that I see, that I used to see, that will not come downtown until after the parking ends, and even still, we struggle to see them on a more consistent than not basis because there's typically no spaces available. I feel the underlying issue might be that we haven't put our attention towards solving the actual problem, which is the amount of parking we have. Beyond that, I do believe that the parking is helping. I do believe that it is necessary. I think that the cost of what it's jumping to very quickly without having the free element is big. This is from business as well as friends that have kids going to the park and them talking about that. Additional cost is definitely something impacting some of my friends that have younger children and they're 2, 3, 4 years old. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Do you need this? Hi, my name is Sally Reynolds, and I want to thank you, Chris, for suggesting that we bring this, instead of last, bring it up after the consent calendar because it is late and I know people, this is a hot subject. So we already failed with one parking situation that we ended up adopting and kept paying for modifications. So I think we should just trash this new parking that's going to cost us $67,000 just to implement. And I think we should just trash that. I think we can do it a whole lot cheaper with shuttle services. And instead of time parking, how about time shuttle service? So everybody knows if you want to go downtown, just get on the shuttle. It runs from this time to this time, and they'll take you downtown and they'll bring you home. I just don't think we need another parking program at all. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Gina Fitzpatrick, Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce. As Stacy and Joel said, we did co-author a letter. I know that we sent it to all of you with specifics and what we feel our organizations are looking for going forward. Knowing that you have 4 segments to make happy here, the residents, the employees, the businesses, and the tourists, I know you don't have an easy feat. It's hard to hear that people are boycotting the downtown. Do they not understand that they're hurting the businesses, not the city? As the Chamber of Commerce, that's really painful and hard for us to hear. So I'm not defending the parking program tonight. I sat as the chair of the commission. I know many of you remember that for, I guess it was probably about 2.5 years. And the entire time it was intact. And I can say that it was impossible to please everybody. We didn't often agree on everything across the board, but we tried. We did our best. But instead of bringing emotion into it, we try to look at the facts. And so we do have a problem. We have a problem with the employees parking in the downtown area. Our business, our chamber is in the downtown area, and I understand. It's oftentimes that I have meetings that I need to go into the chamber office for 20 minutes and then turn around and leave again. So parking 3 or 4 blocks away doesn't really work all that well for me. But we try. We all try to work with it. We try to park in the employee parking lots, and we work with it. That said, our downtown businesses need help. We do need a parking program. So if we want beautiful parks and paved roads, we need strong businesses. It's a full ecosystem. And retail sales tax, it all comes together. So today we're asking for clear communication going forward in all aspects, signage, et cetera, et cetera. Approve the app and the 1 hour free. That would make things a lot better for everybody. And then make it a break-even program. Even if you have to adjust pricing one more time, we can do that. And then consider no-fee Tuesdays or Tuesdays and Wednesdays so that the residents can come back to the downtown area on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, or even just on Tuesdays. I think that would help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina.
Hello, My name is Jeff Wiesinger. I'm speaking on behalf of the Paso Robles Main Street Association. I'm the president of the board. I'm also speaking on behalf of myself as a business owner and owner of Jeffrey's Wine Country Barbecue, located next to the Main Street office. On the February 14th meeting of the Paso Robles Main Street Association, the board of directors agreed on a few points that we'd like to bring forward to the council. We request the council not to move forward with the scheduled changes of eliminating the $2 or eliminating free parking and charging $2. We're asking for a minimum of 90 days to table this in order for more information to be provided. Since the Way to Park app has been discontinued by Flowbird, it's time to reevaluate this parking program experiment and possibly consider it a failed experiment and something that we can move past. During the 90 days, we would like ask the council and the city staff to explore other options such as time-enforced parking, the removal of all parking kiosks, the use of existing city-owned license plate reading technology combined with daily, weekly, monthly, or quarterly annual parking passes that could be purchased by residents and visitors. We would like any consideration for a new parking app should require a minimum of 3 bids, preferably from a Paso Robles or San Luis Obispo County-based software company. We think that there's enough bright minds in our own county to be able to help us solve this problem. Consideration should be given to develop city-developed own software parking app with in-house management so our city can collect the revenues from the credit card processing fee. We believe this parking program changes will have a negative effect on our downtown businesses, and we really advocate for you guys to make the right move and support our local businesses. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, my name is Donovan Schmidt, here representing the Park and Pine Group, which includes Fish Gaucho, Patrick McGregor's, Cane Tiki Room, and 1122 Speakeasy. I do agree when this first started, we did have a parking issue. Employees parked everywhere downtown. I think it has solved part of the problem. It's not perfect, but right now 2 hours free isn't broken. There's no reason to take that away. We all have bills 7 days a week as business owners. We can't pay them only with good business on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. We have them every single day of the week. Payroll, utilities, rent, insurance, etc. By taking away the 2 hours free, we're going to struggle on those early weekdays during the week. It's harder and harder, as we've heard other business owners speak, the rising costs, the challenges with online businesses for us to survive. You guys spend a lot of money making downtown Paso a destination. What's it going to look like a few years from now if some of these businesses start going out of business? There's for rent in the windows. And it's not going to look good. We have to have a serious conversation as we see sales start to dip in these challenging times. Is downtown the right place for our restaurants? Do we need to move outside of downtown, maybe to another town? That's a serious conversation that me and my business partner have to have. So hopefully you can hear our comments tonight, leave things the same, or even improve them, but taking away free parking is seriously going to hurt all of our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for hearing us all. As a rather new face in downtown Paso, this is why I love Paso, because listen to all of these people coming and speaking and sharing why they love Paso and why they want to come downtown.
And what is your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Anna Rodriguez.
There you go.
I apologize. I turned in my card.
Yep.
Why they want to come downtown. They want to play. They want to go to the library. They want to have coffee. They want to get a massage or get their toes done or come to a restaurant or have a cocktail with their friends. There are so many beautiful reasons to come down here. So not only are we risking the business revenue and the revenue of the parking, but I really feel like taking away this free parking, making it complicated, taking away apps, we're sort of missing the potential of not just hurting our businesses, but also hurting that intrinsic value of social connections and the community that a downtown and a thriving downtown creates. That strength, I've seen it on Facebook, I've seen it on Nextdoor, and people wouldn't be so excited and upset about it if it didn't mean something to them. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. I look forward to seeing a positive direction that this will take, and I have faith that our elected officials will also be hearing this voice, feeling that strength of community and the importance that it has for all of us to get together and make a difference. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Anyone else?
Coralie McMillan, and we have a couple of lots downtown. And there was just a couple things I wanted to say, and that is to support the downtown area that seems to really want the 2 free hours, and if not make it more than $1 an hour. And I know I got this card saying that the Chevelle is going to go across the street and build. And while I think it's a wonderful little, I like the little boutique hotel, I don't want to see us lose any more public parking to them. We lost all the public parking in front of the Chevelle that's there now, and I really don't think we should have done that. And so I really would hope when these new hotels go in across the street that we remember that we keep all the public parking stays intact for the people. And somebody suggested that maybe downtown, I think it was the House of Mobley's, was saying like on Tuesday, have a day where there isn't any restrictions for local people. They don't have to get just the day. Tuesday's a slow day anyway. It's not like the hotels are using that day at all. And that could be a day where you don't have to get a card or anything to park and for the local people. And that's not such a bad idea. And then another thing, I hate to bring it up, but if the economy contracts, maybe we will have to cut back on maybe a city office employee or something to pay for this. I mean, I sure don't want that to happen, but I'm saying we got to think about, how the economy is going to go in the future. And I remember, I'm old enough to remember that we wanted a parking problem in Paso Robles, and we got it. And we wanted the movie theater to help the downtown area. So we should keep that in mind.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, anyone else? All right, seeing none. Thank you all for your comments. Again, it's very constructive. I appreciate it.
We do have online callers.
Yep. Okay, let's do that.
First up is going to be Chris Toronto.
Chris?
Hey, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, thanks for including me in this. I'll be quick. So this is Chris Toronto. I'm the chairman of Rec Foundation. And I think we've heard loud and clear what the community wants. They want to keep the program. They don't want to make any drastic changes that may make or deter more people from coming downtown. I just want to remind you that in early 2022, the City Council approved the Paso Robles Recreation Services 22 to 26 strategic plan. This plan is serving as a roadmap to enhancing our parks and recreation services to the residents of Paso Robles. And a couple of points from the plan. One is, let's keep in mind, going back towards the parks, that the land upon the city park sits was dedicated to the town from the town's fathers for the specific use as a public park. The mission, the Paso Robles Recreation Services partners with our community, of course, to provide high-quality, accessible, diverse experiences for people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds. So what I'm saying here is that I want to remind you that there's some equity that exists here in ensuring access to recreation services for all. And then also play. Play is very powerful. We heard Jan talk about it earlier about making sure that our families have equal access to the downtown park, but now charging them to be able to utilize a park that is really technically supposed to be free for all, right? That's what Pioneer Day is all about, isn't right. And so keeping some form of a free programming would be very beneficial to the citizens. And also charge for parking maybe between 9 and 6. What I'm hearing, and this is something that I'm hearing as we've been talking and as I've been hearing everybody talk, is that some of the nighttime activities, some of the stores are closing at 6, and some of the restaurants, and then of course the movie theater that is very important to us, are staying open a little later. And so allowing people to be able to park a little later and not have to fumble with a kiosk or maybe even an app.
Chris, that's 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else online?
Yes, next is going to be Robert Gutierrez.
Okay, Robert, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. My name is Robert Gutierrez. I'm a Paso native, and I have a barbershop downtown. I've been owner-operator for going on 15 years now, so it's quite a long time, 2 more years. I've spent half of my life downtown Paso. And Paso means it's an amazing town. We've got together, we've fought through a lot the last couple of years, so I'm not worried about this parking thing. I'm sure it'll get all figured out. But it does just raise some concerns with all these extra little fees that are trying to be charged. As a small business owner, one of the hardest things for me to do is raise prices. I mean, in the last 3 years, we haven't raised our prices. So we're doing that now, but just to add this on top of that, it makes it difficult. So that was one of my concerns. Also, parking outside of downtown is great. There's 1,100 or so parking spaces, what the lady keeps talking about, but it is not very safe. I'm telling you, I walk downtown all the time, and it is not the safest place anymore. It used to be 5-10 years ago, maybe, but not so much anymore. My wife and other coworkers, they have had some instances where they've run into some issues, and it's threatening. We have single moms, we have kids come in, and we're forcing them to park away from our business just so they're not getting $50 citations if they forget to park, and I get it. Yes, they should have just paid, or done the process to pay to park, but it's not that easy when you're in a rush or there's traffic. I mean, you guys know how that gets downtown. Just that being said, there's so much more to this parking than just charging people for the. It seems like we're just trying to get money, downtown Paso, or whoever's funding this or trying to get the funds. Anywho, I'm not for it. Thank you guys, and God bless.
Thank you.
Next is Lori Swanson.
Lori, can you hear us?
Yes, good evening, council members and mayor. I'm very pleased about what's going on tonight. So what I have left to talk about is something I haven't heard touched on much, and that's us unincorporated residents of Paso Robles. So we do consider ourselves residents. We're in 93446 area code. Our mail addresses are Paso Robles, California. Our town that we shop in, eat in, go to the movies in, go to salon appointments, the tailors, etc., is Paso Robles. So what's concerning me is some of the solutions that are being presented are asking for maybe something specifically for locals. And we all know that you've determined if you do something for locals, you cannot include unincorporated areas. So I'd like to recommend that you do something that was maybe just spoke about from somebody referencing House of Mobley, and that is that instead of doing something specific like a permit for locals or anything like that, that you just do a day, like one slow day. We know we have long weekends here, so not Monday, but maybe Tuesdays. No parking fees on Tuesdays. So the signs could say, parking fees Wednesday through Monday with Tuesday free or something like that. If you do it free for everyone, for tourists and locals alike, then you won't have the problem with the app where you can't include the unincorporated people. Heritage Ranch has 2,000 single homes. Oak Shores has 1,000. I don't know what Running Deer Ranch has. Then there's all the other homes up and down like Nacimiento. And then there's all the other unincorporated areas out by the airport and what have you. So that's a good 4,000 at least households. And even if you only offended half of us, and you couldn't extend senior passes to a fourth of those,
That's 2 minutes.
That's a lot of people to offend. Okay, that's a lot of people that won't want to be shopping in downtown Paso Robles. And we come many times a week, not just one weekend every 3 months like the tourists. You'd be leaving us out, and it would be detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Next is Lisa Haley.
Lisa, do you hear us?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Thank you. I'm at home tonight. I've got a boutique, Haley & Co. on 13th and Park, and I'm home tonight because I'm a mom. I want to say that I am in support of the meter parking. You know, I think that it has its purposes if used in the right manner. We moved from Truckee, California, and we saw the downtown parking program work. I was also a business owner down there, had a boutique, and obviously due to the crazy weather and having a couple babies, we had to get out of that snow. But we moved. My husband graduated Cal Poly, but we didn't want to move downtown slow because it doesn't have the charm that Paso Robles has. And we fell in love with Paso Robles because of the community, because of the downtown, the shopping, the mom and pops, everything that makes the downtown a true downtown. I was able to open my boutique downtown, and I'm on my 4th year of business. I will say this last year, though, we've already been hurting with online competitors, and that's a concern. We don't want our downtown to be this big box stores and corporate, and we don't want a Starbucks. We want Amsterdam. We want all of Troy's restaurants and everybody else that's down there. And we want the movie theater, and we have to stay together. We have to ban arms. And so I agree, and I'm piggybacking on what everybody else, all the other merchants have said. Let's keep something true to our locals, whether it's a free hour, maybe even the locals nights where it's free in the concerts in the park and the other cute, darling events that we provide and work so hard as a community to put together for our locals. I'm not opposed to the Tuesday free day because it's a very slow day for all restaurants and shopping and all that. So I really hope you guys hear us as a community, as business owners, and we want, to just make this all work as a team. And so maybe that's just postponing it until you can just put your heads together and really mull over all the information.
That's 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Leslie.
This next is Christy Knoll.
Christy, do you hear us?
I have lived in Paso Robles for, since about 1997. And since this parking thing has started, I've noticed that there's a real discrepancy, I guess, in the signage, the verbiage. There's the paid parking, and then there's the permit parking. And I have told a couple of tourist people on the permit parking that that's employee parking and that they will get a ticket, and so then they end up moving. But I've also written to the city a couple times regarding this, and that the verbiage needs to change on that. Otherwise, that's really unfair, because that's where you're getting all your money from, is the tourists that don't understand the difference between the permit and the paid parking signs. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's kind of my main thing, is that I think it's really unfair that the signs don't change. And maybe the employees would go, oh, employee parking, even though they're supposed to know they're supposed to park in employee parking. But maybe if it said so, that they would park there. So that's my main complaint. And I love the senior parking permit. And I'm glad you guys aren't going to change anything on that, I hope. So anyways, carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Stephanie Johnston.
Okay, Stephanie, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Thank you for taking my call. Stephanie Johnson. I have Red Scooter Deli right downtown. Daughter just had her first baby, so I'm unable to be there in person. I'm currently opposed to removing the free parking option and any increased parking fees at this time. We, my business is unique. We rely on take significantly, and especially after COVID, more people, do take out. Our customers being able to quickly pop in and out, so having to pay to do so is a huge deterrent. And it's just frightening right now at this business climate. We've been able to help them go through the app, help them register their vehicles in-house, just anything we can to try and help our longstanding customers. And the loss of many of the free parking spaces on 10th and Pine, that's also been a deterrent. I know it's temporary, but it's still really having an impact right now. And without a viable app, so just the kiosks, it's just an additional challenge at the moment. We've been forced to raise our prices, menu items, soaring costs, goods and packaging, and adding an additional $2 to $4 per meal, grab a cup of coffee, or just try to pick up a takeout order. I just don't see it viable for many of my customers, some that already are seeing the impact of the higher food costs, even, again, down to a cup of coffee. Having a better performing parking app, I know this is really working on that, and I'm hoping that we can help our regular patrons if something comes into play for that. I myself have multiple parking alarms going off throughout the day just so I can manage my own business's parking needs right now.
That's
so
2 minutes.
It has been challenging. And thank you for your consideration and through this implementation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Next is Michael Rivera.
Michael, can you hear us?
Hello, everybody. How are you this morning or this evening? Thank you for taking my call. First of all, this has become a bureaucratic morass. We've been beating this dead horse now for I don't know how long, but really enough is enough. My whole idea of Robles First was just that, Robles First. Our business owners, our local community members, and the people that are coming from outside of our community are here to visit this wonderful place, and they find ways to get downtown. Uber, Lyft, Fetch, you name it, they find a way. However, we're not using the same resources that even our visitors are using. I think the simplest answer is probably the best one to a parking problem. And by the way, a parking problem is a good thing to have. However, it's gotten to the point where this has just become ridiculous. I don't know how much we've spent on this, and I'd like maybe Ty to explain to everybody how much we have spent on this so far and how that money could have been spent on other solutions. I think as far as employees go, if we can get them downtown using Uber or Lyft, I know that many employees go downtown to their jobs using that source. There's lots of people who would like to take them downtown. There's Fetch. There's other resources. And I would just ask this council to quit beating this dead horse, get to the bottom line, and stop messing with your downtown businesses because you're going to hurt them. You're not going to help them. That's my 2 cents. God bless you, and I hope you come to a good and long-term solution.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else?
Next is Gerard Scortino.
Okay, Gerard, can you hear us?
Thank you. My name is Gerard Scortino, resident of Paso, and the actual issue is the employees parking downtown. What we need to do is provide some parking areas for them in different spots around where all the businesses are that they work at that are within the parking district. And then also, the residents, we need free parking. as a tourist, when I was a tourist coming here, I wouldn't have been offended if I had to park for $2 an hour right from the get-go when I went to a restaurant or a wine tasting room. $2 an hour is not a lot when you're here on vacation. But when you're here every day and you go down there for coffee or you go to lunch or you just want to walk around or go to the general store, things like that, $2 an hour is a lot. So I think whatever that app could do, I downloaded the app already to my phone. It looks really like a good app. It works a lot better than the other one we had. It finds the parking spaces quickly. And I think if that company can do something so that when we register with the app and it knows that we're a resident, it gives us free parking at least for 2 hours a day. And if you're not a resident, you don't get the free parking. So by charging the tourists from the get-go and giving the residents the free parking for 2 hours, I think it'll offset the cost of the resident parking. So that's just a suggestion, and I hope you come up with something good for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have no other callers online.
All right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and close the public comment. You want to make one more break? I do too. Okay, 5 minutes. We're going to take a break, 5 minutes, and we'll get back here. Please take your seats. We're going to call the meeting back to order. Let's take your seats, please. Let's get started. Okay, so we're going to bring it back to council at this level for discussion. I think there's one that I think I'd like to ask staff real quick, a question that was kind of raised a couple times, and we can get this answered and go from there. And that was about the possible ability for our city to make its own app and administer it and run it. Have we explored that possibility, Ty?
Yes, sir. The city does have the ability to contract out. We can expend funds. We can hire a person to manage it. There's all kinds of options that the city can do. However, I will say that this isn't a matter of paying for an app, what you're under consideration for tonight. This is about a maintenance contract, and the app is included as part of our maintenance contract. So going to competitive bids for app, hiring people to do it, the staff time to do it would actually increase the cost of the program at this point. So that's Flowbird is offering us that as an incentive to keep their system, which are those kiosks, and part of their maintenance agreement includes that app.
Okay, all right. So we'll bring it back to discussion here between the colleagues here. And I think, again, I'll start off with it and we can just go from there. But essentially, my goals here is basically to manage what we have available. And when you come downtown, you'll find a space to park. That's what management is of parking. That's my goal. Also putting it in the black. Make sure that we are not in the red in this program. Keep it simple. Keep it very simple so everybody understands it and everybody can use it. And also to be fair with our locals, make sure that we have the people who built our downtown have an opportunity to stay in our downtown. So those are my 4 goals. I'd like to open up the rest of you guys to start discussing it. Councilor Berger, you want to begin?
Yeah. Just historically, I wanted to just go back again so that we all understand this is the only way we control employees parking downtown. So we need to keep the parking program. We also need to be fair to the businesses. And there's a lot of aspects. We're getting rid of or modifying the kiosk and coming up with a much better app. Simplification and more reliability in the app will be a very encouraged and welcome item. I personally like at least to have the 1 hour button, 1 hour free parking. That does allow our shops and our stores downtown to have people be able to come in and purchase something and go about their business. There's a few restaurants that'll serve a meal in an hour, but I think to just vilify the program, I'm a little concerned about the financial aspect. I don't want to take anything away from the citizens. We just try to make decisions that will level out the economics of it. And I think that we've been down this road so many times. This program was close to working, had some problems. We're going to fix a lot of those with the new app. And I don't have any problem with, I'm comfortable with the free hour parking because it really does help a lot of people. We have the encouragement from our travel partners, Travel Paso and Wine Alliance and Chamber. But I think it's, that's where I'm coming from. I'd be happy to leave the 1 hour on the table and let everybody have 1 hour free parking.
Okay. Councilman Strong.
Yeah, and financing is part of it, and there's some apocryphal information we received here. It's not totally apocryphal. People have said, they've heard from their own customers that they're going somewhere else. They're not coming downtown. They're going to go somewhere else. And we've heard from many that it's Atascadero and Templeton that they're going to, among other places. And I know we don't have those figures. We can't say, well, how much business have we actually lost? How many of those people actually have gone there? But what I did do is I've got the actual check stubs from the state of California for the sales taxes for Atascadero for 1 year. And I have the figures that show that just prior our putting in our paid parking, their revenue went down $25 million. Since we put in the paid parking, every year, it's gone up 60 million, which is interesting. And here's the individual check amounts. July 2021, I'll start out. $308,554 that month. August, $312,687 that month. September, $170,000 plus. October, $276,000 plus. Getting into the cold months when it isn't tourist time. December, $313,000 plus. January, $272,000 plus. That year alone, $3,212,000 That's a lot of purchases because that's just the sales tax. That's just the sales tax. So how much of that would have been spent in Paso Robles if we didn't have the parking, this kind of parking? But we do have the parking problem with the employees, and we all recognize it. And I think the employees themselves recognize it too. And if there's actually a possibility their stores could close, they'll lose their jobs. It seems like a pretty good reason to modify your behavior a little bit. We've heard a lot of suggestions on what to do. I think we all know what's happening now isn't working, but we do have one problem for this decision tonight, and that's the decision we already made, that we're going to increase this and eliminate the free parking. And that's still on the books. As a result, with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we reconsider that decision, and I have that right under our rules of order. I've already conferred with the attorney on that.
For discussion purposes, I'll second that.
All right. If you want to talk about that,
yeah, if we do that,
you want to explain that a little bit then?
Yeah, the reason would be it would just remove that specific instruction they have, which is to eliminate free parking and to increase the rate to $2 an hour. That's all we'd be taking off the table. And we could discuss any other alternatives tonight that we want to do instead, or just if we take that off the table, then we're back to what they're asking for, is keeping it the way it was, at least for now, possibly for about 90 days to do the additional studies on some of these other things. So we'd still keep everything moving, but we wouldn't be discouraging many more people from not coming downtown.
Okay. Our attorney can give a weigh in a little question.
Just so I'm clear, so the motion would be a request to reconsider the previous item.
Yes.
That is not on tonight's agenda, so that previous item we would need to bring that back in a future agenda.
That's partially what we're discussing?
You are not setting the dollar amount, the $2 versus.
No.
So
all we're discussing tonight is that particular action and implementing it, because that was included in that action was the fact that we have to renew this contract. So if that's out of order, then the whole discussion tonight seems out of order.
I can't try it open.
No, Chris, you want to weigh in?
I'm gonna wait. I mean, let me ask a question, and while Attorney Hall is looking that up. So what happens if we don't approve the motion? The motion is either tabled, it's defeated and goes away. We have to start over again. The way the staff recommendation read is that council has to approve this motion tonight. I disagree with that. We can table this, we can vote it down, and it goes away. And a new motion has to come back.
Well, we're going to keep it quiet here so we can discuss between the council. Sorry.
So Ty, you're shaking your head. What am I missing here?
Well, I think you're missing that you've taken action on the rates and the times. Tonight, that what's being brought before you is, do you want to renew the contract for maintenance? So if that doesn't happen, then it just dies and we move on with business as normal.
I don't, so who is going to program the kiosks? How do we keep the kiosks running?
We pay for them as they break. So if it's just like if a truck breaks in town, we would pay the full retail price to repair that. So if a kiosk breaks, then we would contract with a contractor to come out and fix the kiosk.
So let me be specific. You mentioned earlier that the contract includes the app. If we don't approve the contract, there is no app.
Correct.
So what is going to run the kiosk?
The kiosks will continue to function.
On the old app?
No. The app and the kiosks are two different things. So Way to Park was its own standalone company.
Mobile
that
app
provided,
only.
excuse me, the Way to Park mobile app was its own standalone company. They discontinued that particular app because we were one of two cities using it, and they weren't generating any revenue off of us based upon that. So we had to, if we wanted to retain an app, we either renewed with Flowbird, and they included that with their warranty agreement, their maintenance agreement with us, or we choose not to use an app, which is okay, and you just use the kiosks. And then the kiosks will go through and they'll charge whatever appropriate fees the kiosks do. And if they break, then we repair them or we don't on a 1Z, 2Z basis.
So are you ready? Because I can go on with lots of other questions.
Real quickly, so the item that's before you tonight is to execute the Flowbird contract, which does, as he's just described, the maintenance and would include the app. Without that contract, there's no more app. So without that contract, there's no more app. So if someone came down and wanted to park, they'd have to go to the kiosk. That's the first section of what you're doing this evening, or not doing. The second part that is on your agenda is to approve a 12-month resident discount pilot program. So you could talk about that and the value of that. And then the third part is to approve a subsidized discount merchant validation program. So that's on, but the item of whether it's $2 and $2 per hour is not actually before you this evening, and undoing your action from December 20th is not before you this evening. So if you wanted to undo that action, the motion to reconsider would be appropriate. Second, approve that. We would bring back at the next agenda or a special meeting, whenever you want to do it, the rescission of resolution number, whatever it was. And then you could go forward and have whatever you want to do at that point.
Do we have to have a majority on that, though, to bring it back?
To reconsider, yes.
All right, so should we go ahead and address that question right now?
So right now you have a motion to reconsider and a second. You can discuss that and either vote on it or make a substitute motion.
Okay.
Well, and then apparently, if we do pass it, it comes back at the next motion, at the next meeting on it as an agendized item. And that's when we could then adjust some of these other things or look at other alternatives that might either continue what we have done or make less of a drastic increase.
And we can do that tonight, too.
We can direct staff tonight to bring those back at a future meeting.
Yes, we can.
May I make a comment, Fred?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
So we're pretty close to getting to where we need to be without doing that, I believe. If we could just come, there's two things that are really important. Everybody wants the app that works.
Absolutely. That's what I heard the most.
Getting the convenience of not having to go to the kiosks. And the other one is to get some kind of free parking, which we're already talking about for an hour. And we don't have to, we can come visit. My opinion is we come and visit every 12 months and see how it's going and look at the finances and figure out what we're doing and figure out where the money comes from. If we do it your way, everything shuts down and we don't even get to the app discussion until the next time we bring it back, and then you're another month or 90 days down the road.
Well, not necessarily. No, if my motion passes to reconsider, it comes back in another month, and it can either fail or go forward, or you can make the changes at that time.
So in the meantime, everybody pays $2 an hour, March 1st from minute one.
Well, that's going to happen anyway.
No, not necessarily.
No.
We can change that.
So you have before you tonight the potential for to approve a 12-month resident discount pilot program. I'm trying to get the phraseology right. So if what I think I'm hearing is that there may be support for local resident discount, 1 hour for free, 2 hours for free, whatever. You can do that tonight. What isn't before you tonight is changing that $2 per hour that you already set.
Yeah.
If
What
we
I
want
heard-
to change the $2 per hour, we'd have to come back.
Let me say, what I heard the most from all of our emails, I'm sure you guys saw them too, was that everybody was asking for the convenience of the app. Without the app, again, there's confusion. It's not going to work. So to me, what I understand it to be is this app is no cost to the city, but it's going to make convenience easy for everyone to use. And that's what it was. My goal is to make it easy.
You didn't.
I'd like to weigh in at some point. Yeah. So first, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Great comments. I have a new list of things to consider if we go to this moratorium. I'm not in agreement that everybody wants an app. I think there is a sizable, perhaps majority of people who want the program to just go away. And I think we need to take that into account. That's what most of my emails and phone calls and meeting in the grocery store was about. Yes, I received many emails saying, keep the app. But the emails that I received, that was a minority, certainly not a majority. So many good ideas. We can't possibly discuss all of them tonight. I think Main Street had great ideas. I think Chamber had great ideas. I think all of these need to be looked at. There was a suggestion that we eliminate parking before 12 o'clock. We go to an 8-hour parking shift to reduce the cost of operating the program by eliminating the amount of employees that we need. There was a suggestion to have a free parking on Wednesdays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Lots of great ideas. These all need to be discussed. I think that's what we have to try to solve tonight is, do we suspend the program now to discuss these ideas, as Councilmember Strong has suggested? Do we go forward as Council Member and Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Gregory and Mayor Pro Tem Hammond has suggested? Do we go forward with $2 an hour? We have to talk about this.
Mm-hmm. That's what it's about.
So my suggestion is, Chris, I think it's a good idea to incorporate some of these ideas that people have brought before us. But right now we need to have parking ability, because we're at a point where we're going to go to $2 an hour for minute one unless we change that tonight. If we work on an app and we agree to put a group together and ad hoc together and figure out how to add other things to it. But right now, we're going to be without. So I'd rather have something in play with free parking, with an app coming down the road, and then we can make our adjustments later on.
And
otherwise you're going to be back into at least it gets everybody trying everything and working with everything and seeing how it's going. And then 6 months down the road, ask for these things to be looked at and see if we could bring them in. I think it's the most equitable and fair way to do it, because then you have an operating system, people can park, they get their free parking, the app gets in, and then we modify accordingly.
When we started this thing 2-3 years ago, originally, as I recall, we had a plan initially to have only 1 hour of free parking. At the 11th hour, we kind of said, okay, let's make it 2. And by doing that, we put it into the red. It's not made money. And that is one of the goals, is that we have to be able to at least make a break-even consideration for this program, in my opinion. And then also, by doing that, we gain all the other attributes of having a place to park. When you come downtown, you can find some place. So that is the point here, not to throw out everything we've done so far. There's numbers been running around. It's what, $750,000, I think, somewhere invested in this. And I am not going to favor throwing it away. Okay, I'm not going to do that. So how we can move forward and make it right and make it get back on the track so we can modify it further, I'm all for that tonight. Okay? So to me, again, if we go back to what Councilman Gregory was saying, we go back to 1 hour free, taking care of all of our locals, and then after that first hour, we have hit then the $2 an hour range that they can do, or they can walk two blocks north, 1 block south, and have free parking. That's where I'm thinking here.
So,
Yeah.
a couple things. If we, to your point, trying to keep the parking in front of the merchants available to customers rather than employees, I think that's a very good idea. Can our legal firm, BBK, draft sample language for employers to use for their employee handbooks to direct their employees not to park?
So I can provide legal advice to the city only. I can't provide legal advice to an outside third party. So if the city needed that language for their employee handbook, we could draft that. But I could not draft language.
And then we could
for a
share
third
that
party.
to Chamber, and the Chamber could go back to Chamber California, and you could ask the Chamber their legal opinion if this is workable. It could not be enforced on anybody, but he would give the merchants something to give to their employees. I think that's something to look at.
We've been there, Chris. We've been there 3, 4. Norma walked her tail off trying to get that to happen. And it would not.
All I'm asking for is sample language. We haven't seen the sample language, John. The whole time that I've been involved in this parking issue, there has never been sample language. So all I'm asking.
You can't compel a private person.
I understand that. And as a private employer, I certainly agree with that. But we can provide language. And look at our
Councilman Strong.
So Chris,
John, you're mentioning the 750,000, and we're talking about making this net revenue neutral. But we're looking at it in a silo. If any of these figures of sales tax revenue are true, if 10% of these are true, 10% of it is actually from people in our area, that would be $6 million a year, which more than offsets 750,000. But it's just not in the same silo. But it is in our general.
Okay.
Because that is general fund money.
Understood, Chris.
let me talk to Chris real quick.
But you're going to cut me off now?
No, go ahead.
So the point is that we're making this more complicated than we have to, and there are a lot of good ideas out there. And some of them were just for timed park, which we haven't considered at all yet. The other thing is the shuttle. And I brought up shuttle before, but there's some I've never even got to talk about. There are shuttles that run by themselves. They're actually in use up in the East Bay area right now. And there's no employee costs on that. And they can run 24 hours a day for people who need it within that circuit. So if you had partiers down here that were imbibing quite a bit, even after the hours that normal shuttles run, that kind of shuttle could be called and get them home safely. So there's a lot of things we're not discussing. And the fact that if we could bring it back with a little more open type of agenda item that would give us a little more latitude, I think is the way to do it if we bring it back. And meanwhile, there's no harm in looking at some of this other stuff if you want to do the modifications. It doesn't have to be modifying it only on the 3 hour or 2 hours or only on the amount of the charge per hour. I think you're narrowing that conversation way too much to get something that's truly going to work.
Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, so Chris, there's businesses in this room that are paying for their employee parking right now. So, and we did it from the day the parking program started in our own business because we felt it was the best thing to do. But the problem is it doesn't work at every business. And I'm not going to use any names, but a lot of them are cooperating and a lot are not. But I think that is the tail that's wagging the dog that we could get to somehow, but I don't know how to get there. But in the meantime, I think it's critical for all of our businesses to be able to proceed with a viable parking program now. And we just need to get there.
Agreed. So one of the other issues that I received in a lot of my emails, and hopefully you did as well, excluding the locals that are in the 805 or the 93446, they are not part or not considered locals. So I would ask the city attorney to explain why that is and if there's any way to get around that.
So there is state law that allows us to provide a preferential parking program for the residents of our jurisdiction. Those people are outside of our jurisdiction, and so there's no basis to provide them with that benefit that you're giving to your local residents.
And the free
So
parking.
we would have to incorporate them, and we don't want to have that conversation tonight.
That one's not on your agenda tonight.
Thank you.
No,
The free parking addresses them, though.
How is that?
They could park for free, like everybody.
Yeah, the free parking that
Free
we're talking
parking,
about
everybody gets
would
to park.
include anybody.
Anybody.
Right. Okay.
So if we change the hours or when we post, that applies to everybody.
So if you have on the app, if you have the 1 hour free and you restrict it to just local residents, they would not be included. If the motion is to do 1 hour free, just free for everybody and anybody, that would be free for tourists, for people who live in the Manassas area, for
Like we have
anybody.
currently, we did have basically 2 hours. Now we're going to back to 1.
Right.
Okay.
Or as somebody suggested too, have free parking for everybody at on Tuesdays.
The idea is to
Tuesdays
get
and
this
Wednesdays.
back into the black. We are not making money. It's
If they
going
come
back.
down and buy, we'll be making money.
People who want to.
So will our merchants.
Again, this is the whole idea in business is to turn over that space as many times as you can get people to come in that front door. And again, if the merchants can't quite understand that, again, that's fine. But the merchants also have validation programs. They can subsidize those people if they really think that it's that important. We have that possibility. So to me, again, we've got to get this back on the rails, all right, because it is derailed right now, and it's not going to be any better if you guys don't want to move forward on anything at all here tonight. To me, again, 1 free hour is what I would think. We're going back from 2 to 1, but at even still, it's going to now give us data on whether it's going to make it revenue neutral or not.
So what are your thoughts on $1 versus $2 per hour after that first hour?
Again, I don't know. That's the problem. We have not any data between that first minute to an hour and 59. Well, how long they're going to stay. That's a thing.
The 2008, and Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, the 2008 study that you sent out this afternoon showed that the average stay was 93 minutes. We can't use that data?
That data, not only it being 15 years old at this point, our parking habits for sure have changed, and that was before there was any time restrictions placed on downtown. So that's just raw data saying that if it was an employee, their shift could be 4 hours and they parked downtown for 4 hours. It could have been a merchant. It could have been anybody that was downtown for 4 hours at that time.
Fair enough. Thank you. If we go back to Councilman Strong's point on January 31st, why do we have a program just to have a program to pay for itself? It creates an unneeded bureaucracy.
To manage the parking, Chris, that's the whole idea here. To manage city property so that when you go downtown, you will find a place to park. Instead of before, 3 or 4 years ago, all we heard was build a parking structure. There's no parking. Go downtown, you can never find a parking space. By putting this program, we actually made it. I've had so many people come in and say, thank you, I at least find a spot now, whereas before I didn't.
What about all of the folks that say, I can't afford that? It makes it a divisive.
If they can't walk.
Excuse me, John. All
right, go ahead.
It makes it a have and have not, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. There are people that can definitely afford this, and there are people that can't. I've been on both sides of that spectrum. I want to make this we represent local citizens, and that includes our business community. We need to have a program that does not disenfranchise the family coming down with kids to play in the park or go to the library or go to the yogurt or the ice cream stores, or the tourist that comes to spend $500 for dinner. We have to take care of all those, and I understand that. I'm not sure that this present factor does it at immediate charge at $2 an hour thereafter. It doesn't get it. I think we're better off if we have to have a paid program. The more inclusive method is to have 2 hours of free parking and $1 an hour after that. If we can figure out through an algorithm how to charge tourists more than $1 an hour, I'm okay with that.
Isn't that where we are right now?
No,
Before we
because-
changed it, it was $1 an hour after the first two.
It was.
Yeah, and it was not making money at that point.
I'm not sure I care about making money.
But
All right,
John,
all right, we're gonna keep it up. We're gonna have to shut you out. I'm sorry. We're discussing it between council at this point.
hey, John, I think you're concerned about making it revenue neutral for us. It's not necessarily making it revenue neutral for them. That's my concern. Because there are other ways that have been suggested tonight that could do that for us and them more reasonably. And I'm not sure this is the way to do it.
I'll make a big motion.
All right.
We have a motion on the table.
So we've got a motion on the table, so
What is the motion
we
on the
either,
table?
the motion is to reconsider
Okay.
your previous action from
Wait a
December
second.
20th,
Where we
Yes.
changed the price.
where we changed the pricing,
Yeah.
which was seconded by Councilmember Bausch. So we either need a vote on that or we need a substitute motion.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Call for the question. Yeah. Listen.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
No.
That motion fails.
Okay. Councilman Gregory, did you have
So-
something?
What I'd like to do is, I'd like to see this work. So I'll agree to 2 hour free parking, $2 an hour every minute after that. That would be my motion. And the other elements that have been presented by the staff.
So
Question, just second for discussion, okay? If we do that, would we have enough data then to know after a few months how this is going on revenue generation or not?
Well, we're certainly moving into the peak hours, and you'll be able to understand who's paying after 2 hours and who isn't, but you won't have any data, as we don't currently, on what the parking habits of anybody between minute 1 and 1 hour and 59 minutes. So just based upon what we do know, hour and 15 minutes is what's going on in the majority of the county. So going into hour 2 is after 2 hours, hour 3 is when they begin paying.
Right.
And that doesn't necessarily reflect that it would change and probably move the needle, but Mr. Cornell might have some more input. I'm not sure.
Well, it would be doubling technically our revenue, the generation from the previous setup, essentially. But discussion, Councilman Gregory, what about the app? I want to see something about an app.
The reason why I want to push this through is to get the app going now.
So if I can clarify then, Councilmember Gregory, your motion would be to authorize the city manager to execute the contract with Flowbird, to approve a resident discount pilot program, which is 2 free hours, which we program into the app.
That would
Or
be
I'm sorry,
everybody.
2 free hours for everybody
Per day.
Yeah.
per day, yes. And then I don't know how you want to address the subsidized discount merchant validation program. We could take that as a separate motion if you want to start with these 2 parts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would second that, again, just for getting something on the table to discuss. Further discussion from Strong or Bausch?
I would be in favor of that if we kept the parking at $1 an hour.
Okay, so we have a second. Very good. Call for the question. It's not going to pass. That's fine.
So to clarify, we're calling for,
We have a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the renewal with Flowbird and to approve a 12-month pilot program, parking program for everyone, not just residents. That is 60 minutes free and then $2 per hour, which is this rate that was set at December 20th.
2 hours.
I'm sorry, 2
That's what I
hours
heard.
free.
2 hours free.
2 hours.
2
2
an
hours
hour.
free, $2 per hour
Yes.
after that. Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
No.
Councilmember Strong,
No.
Move the same motion with the change to all hours after the first 2 free hours to be charged at $1 per hour.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and second. Let's
So
go ahead.
just so we're clear, the
Yeah.
$2 per hour wasn't actually on your agenda for tonight. So I think based upon our noticing,
That's right.
the motion would be authorize the city manager to execute the Flowbird contract. Was that part of it?
As long as the $1 per hour is part of it.
Approve a 12-month pilot program that gives everybody 2 hours free. And then direct staff to make this contingent upon staff bringing back an item at our next agenda to reduce the previously approved rate from $2 to $1. So this action would be contingent upon your future action.
But as of March 1st, they'd be paying $2 an hour.
So you could direct us to have a special meeting to reduce the rate.
I got to ask, you didn't make that objection at $2 an hour.
The issue is the $2 per hour. That was already approved.
It's already approved.
And that wasn't noticed, so we didn't tell the public that we were going to change that rate. So I would let you go up to $3 or down to $1 because
Thank you for the clarification. Changing the 2 to 1 shouldn't have to be pre-authorized. It should be part of the discussion. Robert's Rules of Order.
Again, that item's not on your agenda tonight, so I can't have you make a motion that's going to change your rate that wasn't noticed as something we were talking
Are you
about.
saying it's an invalid motion?
I am. I am trying to help you get to
Withdraw
a
the
valid
motion.
one.
Well, then I would suggest the item we have on our agenda tonight doesn't give us the freedom to do anything that we
So
want to do.
right now, we're nowhere.
Yeah, we're going back to the $2 an hour on March 1st.
Revisited it in 6 months.
So we table this for 90 days?
Not kicking any
Nothing
cans.
happens? I mean, I don't see anybody liking paying $2 an hour. I can't vote for that either.
You know, we think that the agenda item is too restrictive and doesn't give us the freedom to do what we're trying to do for our people.
Councilman Strong, why did you vote for $2 an hour previously?
Because I assumed that the mayor was going to, since it was his program, and I wanted to be in the majority so that I could move reconsideration later.
I see. Okay, so we have,
That's the one thing Robert's Rules requires. It can only be made by somebody who is in the majority.
so we don't really have a motion at this point, do we?
I don't believe so.
No.
I think the motion's been
No.
withdrawn based upon my concerns about the lack of noticing.
So we're still deadlocked at this point. And
No,
March
to me, it
1st,
just
it's going to be $2 an hour.
You can't move forward.
And everybody's got to go to the kiosk regardless, right? That's the way it's planned. That's where we're going. You want that to happen,
And
Chris?
I'm not sure that I agree with that at all. Just put that on the record, that I think by not signing the contract, I think that gives some latitude and direction to staff that we need to pause and we need to stop and think what we're doing here. I think we're going to alienate a significant part of our population. That's not going to have any benefit for council at all.
With all due respect, Mr. Bausch, that's not a decision that staff is making. That's a decision that's coming from the dais right now.
Exactly.
This isn't my decision or staff's decision to make.
I would say it's a decision that the rules are making for us and forcing us into. Because this agenda item is not put on the agenda with sufficient latitude to accomplish what we want to accomplish in order to make it acceptable to the public.
Hear, hear.
Okay, so at this point, it's tabled, or at least what would be the parliamentary type thing at this point with this action?
I would suggest that we call a special meeting and get everybody back together until a deadlock can be broken.
And put the agenda item on the agenda that gives us a latitude to do some of the things we're discussing.
If 3 of you would like that, that's what I will do.
So moved.
Second.
No.
Well, they call it.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gregory.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
No.
Motion fails.
So,
So you guys are absolutely stuck on this thing making money.
So are
where you
you.
have to go
So
to
are you.
$2 an hour.
So are you.
No, I'm not.
Hang on,
I've
Chris.
already said no.
Chris, go ahead.
So, thank you. We're trying to get something that accomplishes the main goal, and that's to free up parking.
Yep.
And that does. We know that that frees up parking. We've heard that time and time again from almost everybody concerned. Whether the merchants pay for their employees, or the employees pay for it, there's usually, almost always, you can find a place downtown to park right now. So the current program works. Eliminating elements of the current program to make it less favorable for locals, that's the onerous part. If we go back to the original program, and that's to free up parking, why not stick with the current program until we can get some accommodation from everybody and bring back elements, new elements to the program that will make it better?
The current program.
I'm willing to do that.
Current program is $2 an hour. That is past, done, in the wake, behind us. What I wanted to do was add an hour of free parking. You didn't want to do that.
I did.
You do? All
2
right,
hours.
That's
I
good.
did. I do want to do 2
But
hours.
the $2 an hour after the second hour is already done. That's the way it's set, unless we come back at a later date. What I'm trying to do here, Chris, is to get this back on the rails. If we get a app that everybody can use and get this parking nailed where they can come in and out as quick as they want, and we start seeing revenue start to become neutral, I'm done. I'm finished with it. We're making it happen. But if it doesn't, and we want to come back down on the $2 an hour later, we can talk about that. Guys, again, it's not something that's rocket science with cast and concrete. We can change whatever, but we've got to get it back on the rails.
When would you be willing to bring it back to talk about it?
6 months. Let it go.
I'll split it with you.
That's what I
90
asked
days.
staff. I don't know how long it's going to take them to get
Can you give
data.
us a sample for our motion?
I'm sorry, can you?
Can you give us a sample motion regarding 2 hours, free parking, $2 an hour thereafter to be revisited in 90 days? If that's sufficient, then I so move.
Okay.
No, 90 days.
So
For 90 days. Well, we'll see. I think 90 days will be enough to see if people come back downtown or stay away from downtown.
Yeah, that's, okay, so let me get it clear here real quick so that everybody understands. You're saying 2 free hours, third hour, $2 an hour. We get the app, everybody can start using it again like they had before, and then we sit and watch it and see what happens.
For 90 days.
90 days?
I want to ask the city manager, is 90 days enough time to do
Yeah,
the
I
app
don't
and get
know.
everything operating?
It's about as good as any time limit. I mean, we're getting into the busy season. We're going to collect data on it. Just keep in mind, it's a 12-month cycle. So you're collecting, a sample of the year, and whether it's reflective of the entire year or not, I can't tell you. But we do have data that goes back, from the beginning of the parking system that shows approximately, how much revenue per year we've been taking in, and you can approximately double that to figure out where we're going to be.
All right.
But actually, John, when you get right down to it, where we are right now is being dictated to us by the app, not by the public and not by us, really.
We own the app. We can tell the programmers how.
They
so I don't-
discontinued the
that's
app
not
that allowed the
accurate.
2 hours free parking, remember?
How many apps are out there? I think somebody mentioned, let's go back and look at all the different apps that are available to
No,
us.
because
There's
this
10 or
app
12
goes with
different
this
apps.
equipment.
No, I don't know that that's 100% accurate. I think there are other apps that can back into it. It's at the end of the day, it's a motherboard, and we can fix that.
Again, what would you say instead of the 90 days, 6 months, because that's going to give it better?
Give me 90 days, and I will not be unwilling or unreasonable if we need another 90 days. But give me. Let's bring this back in 90 days. I need the people to be. Right now we want to see the program go away. I'm a long way off of that base. I'm conceding in a huge amount here.
So
I've not voted for any paid parking program since December. You know that.
You don't pay
So-
for parking.
Councilmember Bausch, I think that there's a motion on the table that you have made. I just want to, so we've got good records here. Authorizing the city manager to execute the contract renewal with Flowbird, approving a pilot parking program that provides free parking for 2 hours to everyone, and then maintaining the decision that was made in December of $2 per hour, going after that. And I'm unclear on the merchant program.
To
but we
be
can come
to
back
be
that.
reassessed.
To be reassessed in 90 days.
90 days.
With
right.
an extension of 90 days if needed.
As far as the merchant program, staff can work that detail out. We can talk about
And well,
that.
I want to see, I thought we were going to do it as a separate motion. If you want to include it here, then I want to make sure we add the resident being able to purchase the parking validation.
I think we need to separate.
I do too.
Yeah.
So let's leave that out.
Okay.
But, we'll
So if
come
we
back
can-
to that in just a moment.
Yeah, start with the motion to renew the contract, do a 90-day pilot program then at the 2 hours free, which we'll program into the app for everybody, not just people within the city. And then we'll report back in 90 days.
Yep.
That's the motion.
Yeah, and if necessary, we can extend that 90 days.
That's a decision you can make, yes.
You good?
So that's the motion, I believe. Yes?
Good, Chris.
Second.
So stipulated.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Gregory.
Got it. Call for the question.
Councilmember Bausch,
Reluctantly, aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Happily, aye.
Councilmember Strong,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1.
All right,
there.
so we got that part done. Now, does somebody want to bring up further information about the validation and other
Yeah, what did you want to do, Chris?
parts of it?
I think we know what the 12-month pilot merchant validation parking program is. I'd like to offer that to residents as well. So just to be clear, that allows a merchant, instead of paying $2 an hour for parking for their validation program, they can purchase a block of parking for $1 an hour. We haven't really worked out the details if that's a $50 block or a $100 block.
It would
And
be a
then I want-
$100 block.
It would be $100.
And the reason why is, remember those fees, if you let them buy one, you're going to have roughly 40 or 50 cents per 1 hour that's going to be, so you want it to be a $100 block or a $100 block.
So my question is for the residents, can they apply that directly to the app? And now they have a $100 credit.
You would do it just like the resident. You get a QR code that says that if you bought 100 hours, you could use those hours however you like. However, I will remind council that it will reduce revenue.
This action on here is for merchants only.
I think there's one that we had residents.
But we can amend. That's an amendment.
I think we can amend it.
There's two options that were included with the staff report this evening.
Okay.
One is to extend it to community members, and that was, remember, all of this is kind of moved around and massaged since we started this. So originally, the 1 hour, 2 hour via the app wasn't in the staff report. Staff brought back an option to bring residents and merchants a discounted bulk purchase option to be able to get them there. So it's up to council. Again, reminding you of any decisions that you make will impact revenue adversely at this point, but we're willing to implement whatever the majority of council would like.
I would rather wait till 3 months to check that.
I'd move for this and then add it to individuals or the citizens to the next round.
No.
Okay, good.
I don't really think that's going to be something I'm going to support, Chris, but I think at this point, at least we got the parking back up where it's going to, start working again for everyone?
I gave you $2 an hour. I think we can give our residents and our merchants, for those that want to, they can buy a block. And I think that's a fair, equitable way to go.
Yeah, I agree, but we get an extra hour in there free too, which is the whole reason why we weren't making money in the first place. But we do have 2 hours on the backside. The question is going to be is how many people are going to stay there more than 3 hours or 2 hours basically. So,
dinner and a movie. I don't know. What's the data?
I know. To me, again, it kind of invalidating the whole reason for managing the downtown. Again, we're not trying to encourage everybody to stay there, but we want to turn over that space and so that it can be used as many times as possible during the day. I think at this point, I'm cool with what we've done so far. I'd like to step back and get some data. Again, this is a work in progress. I don't want to kick the can, but I think we've done some good work here tonight.
So you're gonna leave Mr. Roush out of the program for
No, Mr. Roush is already subsidized. Can we explain that?
Not with the new program. We need to take care of the theater and other merchants that are using the program.
So Mr. Bausch is correct in this case that there is no subsidy moving forward for Mr. Roush, and unless the council takes direct action regarding that business.
But he can also validate and bring back discounts to his own folks too.
The same option for any merchant.
Any other merchant can do that. Any
merchant. That's correct. No, it's at a discount, 50%. What's proposed in the staff report is a 50% reduction based upon buying in bulk.
And why don't we want to offer that to residents? If you don't have a good reason, then vote.
It was never offered before.
How does that work? If they buy a block, is it good forever, or is it good to a date certain, or how does that work with regards to timing?
The amount of money they bought.
Yeah, I figured, but I don't see how that works. I don't understand it.
There's the answer.
I don't think you're on. There you go. Thank you.
There we go. Industry standard business rules would have a set expiration date for those. Yeah. The reason being, you're making this decision today, you want us to come back in 90 days. If we change the rules after we've already sold all of these bulk hours, how long? Is it 10 years from now that we're still going to be offering those $1 an hour discounts? So I would recommend a 12-month expiration date on those, but it is at council's discretion.
How is that different than a gift card that I thought rules were changed on gift cards could not have an expiration date?
It's not.
So we couldn't set an expiration date?
On the merchant validations, yes, we can set an expiration date. And again, that's council's discretion.
But it's like a gift. It's like a gift. If you have a gift card or gifts, California law says that those can't expire. There's too many of them that were not being cashed in.
My understanding
so consumers were left holding the bag.
This isn't a gift card. You're not gifting something. You're making a purchase, and you have an amount of time to redeem that purchase.
Can we get clarification and just bring that back? Thanks.
My understanding is that it is distinct from the gift card law, and it's based upon the fact that you are buying an actual service, not just the value. So when you buy a gift card, you're buying a value of $100 to be used towards whatever, a Visa gift card or whatever. Here you're buying an actual service. You're buying an hour of time at a particular price, and so that can expire because you need to use it within the time frame that was allotted.
So we don't want incremental sales then of parking gift cards? Just saying.
I don't think we can get any traction on this one tonight, I gotta say.
I thought I made a motion. We didn't get
a second?
I did. I asked for a motion.
I think there's a motion on the floor for the 50% discounted parking validation program for merchants and residents. I'm not sure I heard a second.
And to clarify, I heard that was for 100-hour blocks.
For 100-hour blocks, yes. But Melissa, was there a second that you heard? I'm not sure I heard a second.
No.
Second.
Okay, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, then we'll go ahead and call the question on.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
No, I'm sorry.
Motion fails due to the tie.
Yeah. I'm good for, the merchants. I think that's a tool for them to promote their business and give a discount to get the people come through that door instead of somebody else's. I think that's a great tool that we can offer. Again, the whole issue, in my opinion, is get this in the black. We start diluting it too much, Chris, we're back where we started. And again, we're never getting any movement forward, seems like to me. And right now where we are, I'm still not sure if this 2 free and then $2 after that is going to make any difference either. I'm really looking forward to see some data coming off this. That's why I say let's leave it right there right now. If you say 90 days, that's not that long. We'll be back at this again, and then we can pick it up and run with this further.
So should I try making a motion saying approve the 12-month pilot merchant validation program?
Yeah, I think it's important.
Provides discounting parties.
Second.
So we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch for the approve the 12-month pilot merchant validation program. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Just for clarification, right now you have the 90-day maximum on your program. We're going to come back to you in 90 days.
Right.
I don't know, Donna, I'm not sure how you're going to arrange it with selling validations, but then if the program goes away in 90 days, there's that potential you will have sold a year's worth of. How long do the validations, are they 90-day increments? I don't want to sell someone a validation that's good for a year if we're going to eliminate the program in 90 days.
I agree. The issue is going to be that we're selling these in bulk. So if a merchant purchases 100 hours and we're already providing 2 hours free, it's really unlikely that those merchants would use that time within 90 days.
So we could credit it back if they're purchased on a credit card, any unused or changed. So if the program goes from $2 to $1, we would owe them X amount of hours.
Well, Ryan can speak to how difficult it is to give refunds because I've had to do that.
And I'd remind the council that we did have a validation program at the beginning and nobody used it because the 2 hours was more than sufficient. Right. So the chances of folks using it are slim.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can come to some sort of an accord, whether the price goes up or goes down. We can make that adjustment if that's necessary.
Or they can keep it.
Right.
Yeah, we would just have to issue refunds for all of this.
If
It'd be a
necessary.
significant staff time. But.
Or just issue more cards and make them use it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We have a question then to answer here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Yes.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. All right. So are we pretty much done with this one? I hope. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Council members, it's up to you. We can, it's getting pretty late. I don't know what your appetite is for continuing. We can.
Well, I do think we should get the item 12 answered.
Mr. Nagar's.
Exactly. Let's go ahead, and if we don't mind, can we go ahead and
The water distribution system too.
we can cancel or defer basically item.
Should we, Matt, is that time sensitive? It is.
It is?
We have to do it. Okay.
We also have a noticed public hearing on the agenda.
The noticed hearing is crucial.
Okay.
I think we
All
should
right.
finish him and then get it over with.
All right. Matt, let's make quick work of it. Let's see what we can do here with you. Okay. Got to go ahead and make a public hearing on request for approval development plans on the oak tree removal. Is that the one? No, well, number one is, okay, award construction. Yeah, for Salinas River segment. Got it. Okay. Matt Thompson.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm Matt Thompson. I'll be quick considering the hour. I believe you are well aware the city has a master plan to develop a recycled water system to provide an alternate water supply for the irrigation of parks, vineyards, and golf courses on the east side of the city. Recycled water will help preserve the city's potable water supplies and supplement the Paso Robles groundwater basin. I'm pleased to report that we are prepared to begin construction of a major part of that system. I'm here to recommend award of a contract for construction of the Salinas River segment of the recycled water distribution system. Can I have that pointer? Can you just advance the slide, please? Thank you. All right, first a little bit of background on this. In 2019, after years of planning and design, the city completed construction of tertiary treatment facilities at the wastewater treatment plant. These facilities not only reduce the city's liabilities associated with releasing water to the Salinas River, but also produce high-quality recycled water. In order to deliver this recycled water to users, the city has planned and designed a pump station, pipeline, and tank system we call the recycled water distribution system. This is a major project. It's probably the second largest infrastructure project in the city's history. Here's an exhibit showing in purple the alignment of the system across the north and east part of the city. This pipeline is about 4.5 miles long, all the way to the very east edge of city limits. We are very close to securing a low-interest state loan and major grant for construction of this. However, last year, the city received a $3.5 million grant from the state's Department of Water Resources for construction of the Salinas River segment. That grant is associated with implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The Salinas River segment is what I've circled here in red, and here is a closer look. The Salinas River segment is one of the most important and difficult to construct parts of the system. It is 1,900 lineal feet of 24 inches diameter pipeline linking the city's wastewater treatment plant on the west side of the river to a newly installed segment of recycled water pipeline in the River Oaks neighborhood on the east side of the river. Installation will require a 680-foot-long horizontal directional drilling operation under the river and construction on the steep hillside above North River Road. City Council had previously approved hiring of Carollo engineers for engineering services during construction and Cannon of San Luis Obispo for professional construction management services. The city advertised the project for bids in December and opened sealed bids on February 2nd. Mountain Cascade of Livermore, California is the successful bidder. We determined the bid to be responsive and responsible. Mountain Cascade is a major heavy civil construction firm that specializes in large pipeline projects. They complete about $200 million in construction value per year. Mountain Cascade is the contractor that built the several pump stations that are part of the Nacimiento water project. I'm recommending you approve the proposed resolution to award a contract and authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Mountain Cascade for $3,664,525. All right, I need to add that during the bidding period, the steep hillside above North River Road, where the new pipeline will be installed, had some erosion as a result of the heavy rainfall on and around January 9th. We had our geotechnical engineer reevaluate this area to ensure the pipeline will remain stable and not be damaged by further erosion. The geotechnical engineer confirmed the existing pipeline design is adequate, but recommended adding an anchored mesh system to the surface of the hillside to better hold up the surface soil around the pipeline. These systems are very commonly used throughout the Central Coast to hold up steep natural areas above roadways like Cuesta Grade and the Big Sur Coast Highway. A rough cost estimate for installation of an anchored mesh system for this project is $330,000. The anchored mesh system may be added to the proposed construction contract as a change order. So I'm also recommending as part of the resolution that you authorize the city manager to proceed with design and negotiate a change order with Mountain Cascade for installation of an anchored mesh system for an amount up to $330,000. Now, most of these proposed costs, construction costs, will be offset by the $3.5 million Department of Water Resources grant. The remaining costs in excess of the grant amount will be paid by the city's sewer fund when the city receives a funding commitment from the state's revolving fund loan program for the larger recycled water distribution system cost project. These additional costs may be incorporated into that low interest loan. If you decide to award the contract, we'll execute an agreement and get going with procurement of the pipe materials so that we can build this in the upcoming late summer and fall season. Construction will take approximately 12 months, and so this project should be completed by the summer of 2024. Thanks for considering this recommendation. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Matt? Chris?
Two quick questions. So we have 3.67 plus 333, roughly $4 million, giving a normal cost escalation. We have a $3.5 million grant. Somewhere in there is a $500,000 to $900,000 cost associated to the city that's already been approved, I think, in the past. How is that cost collected? I mean, the users at the termination of the purple pipe, wherever that terminates, I'll come back to that too in a second. So users will be assessed a fee to use this. It's not just free water. It's going to have a charge.
Correct. The financial plan for the recycled water system is to take the water that for decades the city has been just wasting downriver and turn it into a new water supply. In 2022, the city established user rates for recycled water that are equivalent to 90% of the cost of potable water. So when these irrigators switch over to recycled water, they'll get a slight discount, but will receive revenue from the sale of that recycled water, which will go to pay back the cost of the infrastructure.
Great answer. Thank you. And then so this is going to kind of the north side of the city. How do we get it down to the southeast corner? Is there a plan for that?
Yeah, in 2014, the city established a master plan, recycled water master plan, and the backbone pipeline that I showed on a previous exhibit had shown it going all the way to the east edge of town in the hilly terrain behind Barney Schwartz Park. Right. The idea is that over time, the new development areas on the east side of the city, like Veneto and Beechwood, they're actually installing purple pipe for the irrigation of their common areas and their parkways in anticipation that over time we'll be able to extend to and connect to those neighborhoods so that that southeast corner of town is also being irrigated with
and Sherwood Park and the golf course, and any plans for that as well?
Correct. You can see there's little legs in the master plan that when the opportunity arises and we're close to, for example, the Paso Robles Golf and Country Club, it would not be too difficult to run it over to the.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, Matt?
I have one.
Yeah. Councilman Breer.
So Matt, I just had a question. Is there a reason why they didn't bore up the hill?
We explored boring up the hill using the same horizontal directional drilling technology to go under the river.
Yeah.
The problem is that it would have to, because of the limits on how much we can bend the pipe, the pipe would protrude so far into the River Oaks 2 neighborhood that it really didn't work right. And another reason is that when we go up the bluff, we want to have a very structurally sound pipeline. And so we specified ductile iron pipe, which is very structurally sound, that is going to be keyed into the bluff or the steep hillside using concrete anchors so that there's no risk of it slipping down the bluff. And you just can't do that with horizontal directional drilling.
I was thinking HDPEs. That's what I did.
The part under the river will be HDPE.
Yeah. Okay.
High density polyethylene, very thick walled plastic pipe.
Right.
That's suitable for under the river, but the portions going up the bluff will be ductile iron.
Okay. Thank you.
Quick question, Matt. At the top, do we have contractors that are currently developing up on that hill to connect to it soon, or will it be a while?
The river, as part of the construction of River Oaks 2, they were conditioned to install a segment of 24-inch pipeline through that neighborhood that's now nearing completion, at least phase one of that neighborhood. And so that pipeline's already in. And so we just need to get this pipeline to the top of the bluff and connect right at the top of the bluff.
And that'll be the next funding chunk that we have to kind of look for. And at that point, it will be almost to the end, down there by Buena Vista, I'm assuming.
Correct. And as River Oaks 2 continues to further develop, when they do what they call phases 3 through 5, they'll continue that pipeline further to the east and will eventually be almost all the way to the North County campus of West College.
Very good. Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. Matt, since the Salinas River is an underground river, we've done all the geology, so we know how deep we have to go to get actually under the river itself?
Yeah, great question. Yes, the sand and gravel layer of the Salinas River, we call the alluvium, is about 50 feet deep. And the goal of this pipeline is to get below that into a stiffer clay-like layer we call the Paso Robles formation that is much more durable. And so you could see this arch-shaped profile on the bottom, that pipeline. The goal is to get down into that stiffer formation so that if the river all of a sudden started down cutting or shifting or liquefying, this pipeline would not be harmed.
Okay, so you can get down that deep before you hit the edge of the river itself?
Correct.
Okay, all right, very good.
Yes.
The other question I have.
Very carefully designed.
Can you show me that spot where you showed where it's coming up into river?
Yes, sir.
Glenn again, River Oaks. There.
Yeah.
Now, there's some houses that either exist or are proposed right there, just about at your connection.
Yes.
And just yesterday, I was in a board of directors meeting for the railroad, where we have that sloughing happening in San Clemente.
Yeah.
And it's costing us $13 million to stabilize that area because the homes are threatened as well.
Yeah.
So are we taking into consideration that, or are we working with that developer for any additional work he's going to do to protect those homes?
So the blue area shown is where we are proposing to put the anchored mesh system. That is, its primary purpose is to protect the area around that pipeline so this thing lasts 75 or 100 years. The secondary benefit it'll help to hold up the steep hillside.
The upper portion.
It'll benefit the homeowners at the top of the bluff.
All right, thank you.
Okay. One more question, Councilman Gregory.
So Matt, I just got to ask the question. You said this is the second most expensive project in the city's history. Which was the first?
Well, that was that was a wastewater treatment.
So you're responsible for both of those?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh, man.
Thank you for your good work.
All right, well done, good Matt. All right, so any questions from us? We're done. Anybody in the audience like to have a question answered? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
All right, so I think we can go ahead and look for a motion there at this point.
I'll make a motion.
Councilman Gregory?
I move that we approve Resolution 23XXX to award the contract and authorize our city manager to enter into agreement with Mountain Cascade for construction of the Salinas River segment of the recycled water distribution system in the amount of $3,664,525, and authorize the city manager to proceed with the design and negotiate a change order with Mountain Cascade for the installation of an anchored mesh system in the amount of up to $330,000.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, very good. All right, now let's move on to item 12. Councilman Bausch, you're the one that pulled that. Let's, Warren, I guess.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hammond, before you get to that, I think we still have a public hearing item.
Yeah, item L's next.
And then we would go to the item 12.
I thought we were going to defer that one, but that's the oak tree.
So that is the Stravinsky Dow hearing item.
Oh, okay. All right, then let's go ahead and,
You can take 12 first if you want. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss the public hearing item because I know it's time sensitive.
yeah, okay.
So either way, whichever one you want to do first.
Yeah. Darcy?
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council Members, Darcy Delgado, Associate Planner. So the project before you tonight is the Stravinsky Dow development on Airport Road. So we have 2 development plans, a parcel map, and some oak tree removals as part of this project. And just to note that this project was originally reviewed by the Planning Commission at their January 24th meeting to make recommendation to City Council. And so tonight, the City Council does have the final action on this item. All right, so here's the location. The site is located just west of the airport. You can see on the map, it's along Airport Road between Propeller Drive to the south and Satellite Drive to the north. The site is approximately 20 acres in size. It's zoned industrial, and the land use is business park. As part of the project entitlements, as I mentioned, there are 2 development plans, the parcel map and oak tree removal, and both of the proposed uses are permitted here, which are wine storage and distribution, and then wine production. All right, and I wanted to start with a composite site plan just to show you both projects and how they differentiate from one another. So I'm going to kind of click through and you'll see different outlines. So this in red is parcel 1 and for the Stravinsky Development Group. In blue, you have the where the building is located. And then should progress. It's not working, but hopefully as I move through, it'll show you, there we go. So here we have in yellow, parcel 2, and so this is for the Dow Vineyards. So they, in purple, have a phased building. So for Stravinsky, the building is about 196,000 square feet, and then for Dow, you have about 156,000 square feet. All right, so here's the parcel map. As I mentioned, it's approximately a 20-acre site, and so it would be divided into 2 parcels, roughly equal in size. As you can see, parcel 1 has its entire frontage on Airport Road, and then parcel 2 has a flag lot also with access from Airport Road. All right, so now that I've showed you the parcel map configuration, I'm going to dive into the Stravinsky illustrative plan and go through the details of that development plan. So as I mentioned, it's approximately 196,000 square feet of building area for wine storage and distribution. They have 79 parking spaces proposed in addition to 20 parking spaces for their truck dock area. And on the screen, you'll see there are 3 valley oak trees proposed to be removed, which I have a little bit more information on the next slide. All right, so here are some photos of the oak trees proposed for removal. So you have trees 1 and 2, which are along Airport Road. These trees are located within the right-of-way, and so with the center turn lane and the improvements to the frontage along Airport Road, those trees, based on their condition, were recommended by the arborist to be removed. Tree number 3 is more centrally located on the site, but it also has a poor rating by the arborist, and by going through the exercise of trying to say there are 3 other oak trees on the site that will be retained. So tree number 3, just with all the with the health rating and the configuration of the site plan, it was the next logical tree to propose for removal. Unfortunately, though, they are retaining 3 trees, and then with the proposed project, they are required to mitigate for the loss of the trees. All right, so staying on the Stravinsky project, here are several renderings showing the project's architecture, which appears as modern. They're using angular elements to tie in with the airport and generally keeping with an earth tone color palette. The applicant has provided some great details on their frontage, with the main office standing out along with their robust landscaping. And all in all, the architecture went through both the Development Review Committee as well as the Planning Commission with a lot of attention to the details. All right, so now we're going to move on to the Dow parcel. So this is their illustrative plan. So they have approximately 157,000 square feet of building area, and this is for their wine production. So they're breaking it up into 2 phases. They also have a covered crush pad. They're going to have their own on-site wastewater treatment, and then they have 76 parking spaces. But they have mentioned that this is not for the general public, and so those spaces are largely just for the employees, but they do have a surplus. All right, so similar to the Stravinsky project, the Dow project also went through a rigorous review of their architecture by both the Development Review Committee as well as Planning Commission. They also have a modern approach to their architecture, and they're using their brand colors as part of their color palette. The entire project was subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, or otherwise known as CEQA. So the city prepared and circulated an environmental document, which ended up being a mitigated negative declaration, or an MND for short. And it was determined with the MND that although the project would generate potentially significant impacts to aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, transportation, and tribal cultural resources, the implementation of mitigation measures would reduce all potentially significant impacts to less than significant. And so as part of the staff report and the project resolutions, you will note that staff has included attachments with various public comments on the MND, and then incorporated responses to each of those comments, which is part of the final MND. All right, so of the potentially significant impacts, traffic has been one of the more commonly discussed issues, and so I wanted to take some time to discuss the project's impacts here. A traffic impact study was prepared for this project and indicates that both projects would generate approximately 646 new vehicle and truck trips per weekday, including 64 a.m. and 68 p.m. peak hour trips, and that's using the warehouse trip generation rates. Since the 46 East and Airport Road intersection has a high collision rate, and that's significantly higher than the statewide average for similar facilities, mitigation measures are required to maintain consistency with the safety policies that are established in the circulation element. And so one particular mitigation measure has been added that prohibits outbound distribution trucks to be limited during peak hours. So this prohibition will ensure that trucks leave the site during off-peak hours, lessening both safety and operational impacts on city and state roads. However, once the Wherewell Bridge is constructed, the applicant would then be required to have all of their trucks use the Wherewell Bridge connection to Golden Hill Road in the future. All right, so prior to the January 24th Planning Commission hearing, Caltrans ended up submitting comments, including recommendations supporting the time of day truck restriction, and as well as construction of the Wherewell Bridge. And so this was included in your staff report packet. Caltrans also recommended that if the city allows occupancy prior to the Wherewell Bridge completion, that the project be conditioned to close the Airport Road State Route 46 East southbound left turn, as shown in the graphic on the screen. The proposed restriction would prohibit eastbound turns onto 46 East, thereby eliminating left turn conflicts for eastbound turns from Airport Road. So staff asked our traffic consultant to analyze the proposed left turn restrictions suggested by Caltrans, and the consultant concluded that there will not be any safety or operation impacts because of restricting the left turn movement. Left turn removal will result in decreased vehicle conflict points at the Airport Road intersection. Additionally, the restriction will reduce right turn queuing at Airport Road and improve traffic flow at the intersection. Lastly, restricting left turns will not have a negative impact on U-turns at Golden Hill or on city streets, which was further evaluated by the consultant. All right, so before you tonight, you have several resolutions. So those are listed under option 2. So we have a resolution to certify the mitigated negative declaration and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. Also to approve the plan development and oak tree removal, which pertains specifically to the Stravinsky Development Group project. Also a resolution approving the plan development for the Dow project. And then lastly, a resolution approving the parcel map. Other options before the council would be to take no action, to amend those and adopt amended draft resolutions, refer this back to staff, or deny the resolutions based on a finding that the project doesn't meet one or more required findings. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We do have representatives in the room tonight from the applicant.
Great. Thank you, Darcy. Any questions, Councilman?
So hi, Darcy. Had most of my questions answered this morning with City Manager and Community Development Director and David Athy. I forgot to ask about avigation. Can you speak to that? Well, I'm assuming it's all approved and everything's cleared.
You said avigation? Yes. So there was an avigation easement recorded over the entire property years ago.
Years ago.
So we did not need to add a condition to that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Strong.
Yes. Now, they talked about that intersection, left turn lanes, and they talked about the Wero Bridge. They didn't mention the bridge over Highway 46 at Union Road, which would also be a mitigation for these same things.
So I'll bring Dave Athy, city engineer, up to discuss. I don't believe that was something that was in the study as an option to consider.
But what about Caltrans? They didn't bring out it?
They did not bring that up.
Thank you.
Dave Athy, did you have something you want to add to that real quick?
Doesn't want to, but he has to.
All right.
Hi, David Athy, city engineer. Councilman Strong, did you have your question answered? I want to make sure that.
I had it answered, but it doesn't make any sense because they're the ones who really want to cut off Airport Road totally for right turn in and right turn out only. Yes. So this particular solution they're offering for this project and ignoring the overpass at Union Road doesn't look like the best possible solution considering their long-term plans.
Right. So this is a phased approach to traffic in the 46 corridor. In the long term, when we get to the Union Road overpass, the left out will still be closed. The plan is to still close that left out at Airport Road. So in the long term and the short term, these will work together for the projects out in this general area.
But it shifts the financial burden a bit, doesn't it?
I'm not sure.
Wouldn't the Union Road completion serve the truck traffic by bringing it across the Wero Bridge and then being able to use Union Road instead of cutting all the way over to Golden Hill, which further congests Golden Hill, especially once you're going to add the Majestic?
Yeah, so in the long term, that Union Road overpass that traffic will shift from Golden Hill back to that Union Road overpass. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm answering your question though.
Well, no, I think it's answered, but I'm not sure I like the answer.
I have a quick question. Who's conditioned to install this? Is this project going to do it and then be repaid by other development out in the airport? How's that going to work?
So this project, Dow and Stravinsky are both conditioned. So whoever goes first, sometimes plans change, is conditioned to put it in. They are, get this language right, so they do have the opportunity to come back and ask council for a cost sharing agreement or a reimbursement agreement at a later date once these improvements are completed. We have other projects in the airport area. We plan to give them the same condition.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions?
I'll just make a comment. This actually allows this project and other projects to move ahead and not wait for the bridge.
Right.
Do you understand that?
Any other? Do we have anybody in the public who would like to say anything about it? Welcome.
Evening. Thank you for your time tonight. Manley McNash, Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. And we'd like to speak in favor of supporting this project for it to go forward. Mr. Stravinsky is going to be using a skilled and trained workforce on this project, which is going to be bringing high-paid jobs into the area. And many of the people that can work on that project are locals that live in the area. We represent about 1,600 members in the 805 area, and close to about 50 to 60 of them are in this general vicinity up here. So it'll be opening up a lot of good high-paying jobs, and it'll make it where the folks can be working on it have gone through a training program. It's usually a 4-year apprenticeship program that they go through, and it makes it to where right out of high school, somebody can enter this apprenticeship program and learn how to do a skilled trade for the rest of their life, to where everything they do is bettering themselves. It gives them benefits for medical insurance, and it makes it to where everything that's being opened up is just an improvement in somebody's life, so it helps their life go forward. So we strongly would like to see this project go forward. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's a late one. So Jonathan Duran, also with the Southwest Mountain State Regional Council of Carpenters. And again, just echoing what my colleague said, want this project to move forward. Myself, the opportunities for individuals that live within the area to be able to go to work close to home. Great opportunities for local students that are in those high schools from Paso Robles, Tascadero, and then down to San Luis Obispo. Our organization also partners with these school districts to help them have an opportunity to come through the apprenticeship program through our career connections. And these programs with projects like this and these developers that are willing to allow these students to work on these projects help them stay local and bring revenue back into the city itself. So just urge the city council to approve this. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else in the public? Melissa, do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
We'll bring it back to council for discussion and or action.
I'm ready to go. Make a motion.
To be fair, don't forget Templeton High School. Go ahead.
All right.
Mr. Gregory, you could take this all in one action.
You are so nice. Thank you. So I move that we approve Resolution 23XXX, item A. Item B, approve Resolution 23XXB. Item C, approve Resolution 23XXC. And finally, approve Resolution 23XXD.
Second.
Okay. First by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Bausch. Call for the question, ma'am.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
I'm going to abstain because I have a property interest within a certain 500 feet radius.
300 feet?
Is it? Yeah. Is it 300 or 500 now? I don't know. It's too close anyway. So that's fine. Abstain. Motion.
Motion passes 3-1.
All right. Now. Okay. Hustle up. We're going to start. Kind of just listen to it. Where are we at now? We're going to go to item 12, isn't it?
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Been waiting very patiently. I'm sorry. Yeah. Warren Frace, are you able to give a description?
One moment. Yes. This item pulled from consent, item number 12. This is pertaining to the Olsen-Chandler specific plan, part of the development agreement. This would be what's considered an operating memo, which is an adjustment agreed to between both parties, which is the applicant and the city. We're asking for council concurrence on approving this operating memo tonight. So quick project summary, Olsen-Chandler specific plan is 1,200 residential units ranging from apartments to single family. This was approved in 2020 by the City Council. That approval included a development agreement that provided timelines for construction of certain improvements, as well as the allowance for an adjustment process. Right now, the master builder, which is Olsen 212, is currently in contract with a series of merchant builders that will be actually constructing the homes. Those contracts are contingent on this operating memo. That operating memo, the as part of the operating memo, the applicant is asking for certain timing adjustments for off-site traffic and park improvements. Basically, what this will allow is for the merchant builders to move ahead with housing construction concurrently with the master developer constructing the off-site improvements. So this is referred to as operating memo number 1. The ask is that the master developer have a 12-month period to complete all the off-site improvements after the merchant builders pull the first residential building permit. The master developer does have most of the improvement plans in plan check. Those are moving through the process fairly quickly. We don't expect houses to be occupied probably for at least 24 months. So there's plenty of time to get these improvements done as those first houses come to a completion point. The agreement would allow up to 350 of the the building permits to be issued during that 12-month period. That is a provision in there, although it's not really possible to build that many units. We did have the traffic consultant, Central Coast Transportation Consulting, that did both the city circulation element as well as the traffic studies for the EIR for this project. Look at this request. They've determined that it is consistent with the EIR, and even if we built up to 350 houses during that first 12-month period, it would not have a significant impact. The reason for that is the EIR considered the worst case scenario, assumed construction of a number of other projects throughout town. Those projects have not been completed, so that traffic hasn't been added to the city network yet. As I mentioned, these plans are in plan check right now and are going to be ready to construct soon. So just specifically what the requests are in terms of the traffic improvements, we need to add additional turning movements to the 3 existing signals on 13th Street at the River Bridge. Those signal upgrades are ready to issue right now. We need to add a right turn lane for westbound traffic on Niblick onto South River Road. That is in design right now. And then we need to add a new signal at Scott Street. So these would be the 3 items that would be allowed to be constructed concurrently with those initial housing developments. And then in terms of parks, the applicant will be rebuilding Royal Oak Park. That's an existing city park. New playgrounds, basketball courts, trails will be added to that. And then there's a requirement to also build the Turtle Creek Linear Park through the project area. That would also be allowed to be constructed concurrently. So staff has reviewed this. Staff does feel comfortable making a recommendation that this is consistent with both the EIR and the specific plan. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Warren. Any questions? Yeah, Councilman Bowser.
I pulled this and discussed this morning with city manager and with community director. And thank you for answering the questions and clarifying that. I got a couple of different phone calls from completely different people saying, why are we giving this break to the developer? This doesn't seem consistent with what we should be doing. After looking at the traffic improvements, I think those are long overdue, so thank you for doing those. And I think getting them done in a timely fashion to allow construction to begin sooner makes an awful lot of sense. I'm not sure that it was completely clear in staff presentation if you didn't understand that behind the scenes, it was confusing that we were offering some kind of unwarranted gimme to the builder. So I apologize for pulling this. Needed to make sure that the public understood what was happening, that these are good things. Building and will continue apace, and the improvements that are necessary will also happen before they're even necessary. So thank you very much, Warren.
Any other questions? No?
Motion to approve.
No, any questions from the public? Seeing none. Anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay.
I think it was J, right? Motion to approve J12.
Motion by Bowser. Second by Gregory. Call for the question.
Sorry. Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Good night.
All right, now we are on to manager's report. Ty?
I will defer to the next meeting.
Thank you. All right, then council business committee reports. Anybody have anything for the better?
It's too late.
Yeah, me too. We'll work on the next one.
I have a whole list, but I'm going to wait.
Yeah.
I finally have something to say, and I'm not going to say it.
Oh, my gosh. Coming up events here, Paso Robles Airport Commission this Thursday. I'll be there, 6:30 at the terminal. Paso Robles DRC, Development Review Committee. Next Monday, February 27th, 3:30 here in the City Hall. Paso Robles Planning Commission, Tuesday, February 28th, 6:30 here in the City Hall. Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting Wednesday, March 1st, 5 o'clock. And Paso Robles Development Committee, DRC, again, next Monday, March 6th at 3:30 here in the City Hall. And finally, the Paso Robles City Council meeting that we're going to be meeting next is going to be Tuesday, March 7th, 6:30 here. So do we have anything further?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by
Second.
second, first, second. All right, Strong and Bausch, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, guys.